You are listening to Here All Along, the Memphis Players Book Number 4, written by Brooke St. James, narrated by Christina Traister. Audio production copyright 2024. Chapter 1. Gina Andrews. Memphis, Tennessee, September. I had always been a happy-go-lucky type of person. I wouldn't describe my personality as being bubbly, but I was definitely pleasant, content, and easygoing. I had to be to work in customer service. I used my people skills every day at work. I did not feel pleasant lately, however. I didn't even feel like working at all, and it was a battle to pretend otherwise. I was in a slump, personally, and I wasn't the type of person to go around admitting that, so I hid it, pretending to be my normal, cheerful self. I had given myself a month to get my thoughts in order, and if I couldn't shake these feelings, I would take the next play off and simply focus on work, maybe seek some therapy. Doing theatrical plays with a theater company called the Memphis Players was a huge part of my life, and I knew that taking time off from them would make me feel empty. But it was difficult to pretend that my confidence level was high in that type of setting. It was a struggle to seem natural on stage if you weren't feeling yourself. I played an ensemble role in the latest production we performed. I had been given ensemble roles in the past, but it had been a little while, and this latest production was humbling to me, but admitting that felt entitled. So I did my best to pretend that I was confident and secure as always, even though that wasn't the truth. We had just finished the play, and there was more than a month before auditions for the next one. Everyone assumed I would be doing it. Either that one or this other smaller play that one of our friends was writing. The Memphis Players put on 2 plays a year, and I hardly ever missed them. I would need to take a week or two and decide for myself on this next one, though. They were performing Legally Blonde, which I could go either way about. In theory, I would be a good choice to play the lead role of Elle, but I wasn't sure I was in the right mindset to audition this time. I also wasn't sure that I would get it, especially after I just finished playing an ensemble role. My friend who was writing a play was another story. I thought he would have reached out to me by now. I would have to wait and think about my next move once I was in a better mood. It wasn't just musical theater that was on my mind either. Lately, it seemed as though I wasn't in a rhythm with life. My normally optimistic attitude was more jaded, and I had to work to be positive and upbeat. I woke up every morning feeling tired and not up for going to work. I had felt like this for the last month. I was beginning to wonder if I did the right thing by going to work at the print shop with my dad instead of getting my teaching certificate. I had been in funks before, and I had worked my way out of them, but never for this long. Today sucked even more than yesterday. I woke up with a crick in my neck, and didn't help that my fish was on the verge of dying. I glanced at it before I left my room that morning, and it was not doing well. He was floating at the top and swimming funny. It was probably my fault. I was exhausted and unhappy with myself. I had so many personal thoughts swirling through my head that it was difficult to concentrate on my work. I clocked out that day feeling like I had spun my wheels all day and not really even been productive. My dad didn't own the printing and sign company where I worked, but he had been a manager there for 20 years. I had worked with him part-time during college, and after I graduated, I was able to get a full-time position there. They were willing to pay me quite a bit more than I could make teaching, so I stayed on. I was now in my 2nd year of working at the print shop. Ultimately, my college education was going to waste. Normally, I was fine with that, and I liked my job, but lately, not so much. It was only Wednesday, and I felt like this week would never end. I knew these sorts of thoughts weren't productive, and I knew I would eventually make myself stop having them, but the funk was real. I was exhausted on my way home from work, and I stopped for a coffee to try to wake up. It was 5 p.m. and I had to work again in the morning, so taking a nap wasn't an option. I usually didn't have caffeine after 2 or 3, but today, I would make an exception. I had to perk up. I had dinner plans with one of my best friends in the whole world. If anyone could make me feel better, Bailey could. She was married now, and I had been busy lately, but I had hopes that I would feel better after I talked to her. I was supposed to meet her at an upscale restaurant. Bailey's husband's best friend was a celebrity chef with multiple restaurants, and we ate at his nicest one on special occasions. Tonight was no special occasion, but Bailey asked if I wanted to eat with her, and I wasn't going to disagree. I knew she would offer to pay since she suggested it, and I told myself that a free gourmet meal would solve all of my problems. I would have an hour to relax at my house before I needed to leave to meet Bailey. Actually, it would be more like 45 minutes because the line was taking forever at the coffee shop. I wondered why there was a line at 5 in the afternoon anyway. I finally got to the speaker to place my order, and then it took another 10 minutes for me to make my way to the window. I had stopped for coffee plenty of times in my life, and this visit took an abnormally long amount of time. It was almost comical how long it took and how many emotions I had about it as I waited. The guy at the window was unapologetic for the wait. "What happened?" I asked him after he took my money with no explanation. "Excuse me, what?" he asked, looking at me like it was an inconvenience for me to ask him anything. I asked if everything was okay. "You guys are running slow." "Oh, sorry." He said those 2 words in the most insincere way possible. It was obvious that he thought I was overreacting, and I felt like a fool. I glanced at my clock. It had been 15 minutes since I gave them my order, and I felt a flash of heat at the fact that the guy looked at me like I was rude for mentioning it. It wasn't like me to be fussy with baristas, and I felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. But I was right, and he should have apologized for the wait, or at least mentioned it. I figured he would offer a free cup of coffee, but instead I sat there with the window rolled down while he ran my debit card. "Here you go," he said, handing me my card. I stashed it in my wallet, and by the time I turned to take the coffee from him, he was holding it out of the window. His hand was there, but he was looking away from me. I grabbed the cup from him with a huff. Everything was fine until I got the cup fully into the car with me. I shifted the wrong way, and the lid came off of it, causing the piping hot brown liquid to slosh and spill over the edge of the cup. It ran down my fingers and onto my lap. I was wearing my favorite light jeans. I had just washed them, and now there was a huge patch of hot brown coffee on my thigh. "The lid wasn't on," I said out loud to myself. I carefully balanced the lid and placed the dripping cup in my cup holder. He barely spared me a glance as he closed the window. I wanted and needed napkins, but I felt like it would be too much of a bother to get his attention and ask. This was ridiculous. There were a few napkins in my center console, and I dug for them as I began to pull away from the window. I breathed a sigh of disappointment, thinking jaded thoughts about the lack of customer service these days. My lap was wet with hot coffee, and I stopped in the lane so that I could wipe up some of the mess. I worked quickly and still. I didn't have time to finish before the person behind me started moving. I had to do my best to make sure the lid was secure while I was starting to drive. I laughed humorlessly at how ridiculous the whole scene was. The person behind me had been stuck in the same long line as me, and they were in a hurry to get where they were going. They tailgated me all the way out of the parking lot and onto the street. I had one hand on the top of the coffee, trying to make sure the lid was securely in place. And with the other hand, I navigated traffic on one of the busiest streets in Memphis. I kept to the right, and the person behind me zoomed around me in the left lane like I was the cause of the wait at the coffee shop. I felt angry and frustrated, like I couldn't catch a break in life, like nothing was going my way. 5 o'clock traffic didn't help matters. Before I knew it, I was at a dead stop. I was still 20 minutes away from my apartment, and I would be lucky to get there in 30 under these conditions. I peered around the car in front of me, wondering if there had been an accident. I hit the button to roll down my window. The September air felt nice. I was going about 15 miles an hour when I carefully stuck my hand out and guided some of the cool air into the car with me. I heard a horn honk, but it was in the distance, and I only vaguely thought it was intended for me. I rolled up the window anyway. I took a sip of the coffee. The cup was still wet and a little soggy from when it spilled, and it was too sweet for my taste. I smiled even though I felt a bit like crying. The light turned green, and just then my phone rang. I pressed the button to talk to Bailey on my speaker. "Hello?" I said. "Hey, G." I'm in traffic, and I just spilled coffee all over myself. But I still have time to get home and clean up. I don't think I'll be running late. Hopefully not. That's why I'm calling. Why, are you running late? No, I can't come. Ryan's sick. He came home about an hour ago saying his stomach hurt, and now he's throwing up. Technically, I can still come, but I don't want to give it to you if it's contagious. Plus, he might need me here if he gets worse. No, yeah, I totally understand. I spoke with care and concern even though I was bummed. I still have that dinner for 2 if you want to use it, though. What do you mean? I asked. Tonight's meal. The whole thing is taken care of as a part of this certificate thing Ryan bought at a fundraiser. I'm sure Zach would be willing to let us use it another night, but we already had this reservation tonight. And I was going to give it to you if you still want to eat dinner there. That's why I was calling. Hang on. I hear something. There was a pause. I need to go check on Ryan. I'm going to call you back. I hung up with Bailey. I was jaded about her having to cancel. I had been looking forward to it, and I knew that if Bailey gave me the certificate tonight, I should go ahead and take it. I figured I could find someone who was willing to go eat a fancy dinner with me, especially when it was free. I thought of a few of my friends from the Players. It was 5 minutes later, and I was not yet home when Bailey called back. She confirmed that Ryan was sick and said she needed to stay at home. Zach expects us to eat there tonight, but it's no big deal if we have to postpone. I can call the restaurant and reschedule, or you can have the dinner. What do you think you want to do? I'll take the dinner tonight if you don't mind. Is there something I need to pick up from you? We do have a paper certificate, I think, but I'm honestly not sure if I could put a hand on it right this minute. It might be in Ryan's truck. Either way, I'll call the restaurant. Zach will be cool with serving you without the certificate. We'll get it to him later. I need to go help Ryan. I'm sorry. I love you, Gina, and I'm so sad about tonight. I was looking forward to catching up with you. Me too, but I'm sorry about Ryan. Thank you for the dinner. I'm glad you're going to use it. I'd hate to cancel on you and Zach, but I have to go. I love you. I'll text Zach in a minute and tell him to expect you and a guest instead of me tonight. Thanks, Bae. Hope Ryan feels better soon. Thank you. Love you, she said. Love you too. Chapter 2. I didn't even hesitate before calling August. He was a fellow actor with the Players, and he had been one of my best friends since we were kids. Selfishly, I called August because I knew the whole transaction would be easy and drama-free. He would not only answer his phone, but the chances were high that he would agree to come eat with me. August had a crush on me years ago, and although nothing had ever happened between us, he had always been a sweet and attentive friend. He was the type of guy who was known to drop things that he was doing to help a person out if needed. He was especially prone to do it for me. I felt like I needed that type of friend today, and I called him without giving it a second thought. "Hello?" he asked, answering his phone. "Hey, August." "Hey," he said, sounding tentative. You okay? Yeah, I'm driving. What are you doing? I'm just getting back from a closing. A real estate closing? Yes, he said. He was quiet after that, even though I expected him to elaborate. I took a deep, hitching breath. I didn't even want to be at work today. What do you mean? I had a lady tell me she was praying for me. I mean, what's that supposed to mean? That's worse than, you look tired. I'm praying for you? Why would she say that? Who was it? Ms. Linda, that lady at the front desk. I walked into work and she was like, Gina, I've been praying for you. And then I proceeded to have one of the worst days of my life. I have coffee stains on my lap and canceled plans for dinner. I'm sitting in traffic, and when I get home, my fish is probably dead. I'm not even sure if I like my job or if I'm doing the right things with my life. I probably should have just become a teacher. I thought I was a good actress, and I got cast as a freaking ensemble in the last musical I did. I'm sorry to unload on you, August. I'm just in a bad mood. But I do have a free dinner. That's why I called, to ask if you wanted to eat a free dinner with me at Zach's restaurant. Bailey can't make it, so she gave me the gift certificate. Do you want to come eat with me? I'll get this coffee off of my lap and get in a better mood by the time I get there. No, it's not about that. I was just about to start writing. I've been working all day, and I need to write tonight. My heart dropped. He was denying me. I was being refused by August. My day just kept hitting new lows. Are you talking about the play you're writing? I asked. Yes. He was quiet for a second. Call Kennedy, he said. Or Owen, even. He lives for steak. He'd love to go to Zach's with you. Oh, okay. I obviously sounded taken aback because August said, What's wrong? Nothing. I wanted you to go, not Owen. Oh, I thought you were just... I'll go, if you need me specifically. He sounded uncertain and reluctant, but I didn't care. In that moment, I had no shame. I might want you to, if you don't mind, I said. Fine, great. What time? There was no hesitation in his voice, and I smiled a little at the relief I felt. Can you be there at 6:30? Yes, he said. So, you're just meeting me at Zach's? Yeah, isn't that what you just said? Yes, I said, even though it would have been nice if he had offered to pick me up. I knew my apartment wasn't necessarily on the way. 6:30 at Zach's, I confirmed. Thanks, August. No worries. I'll see you in a bit. We hung up, and I finished the trip to my apartment. One of my older sisters, Kenzie, was also my roommate, but she wasn't in the apartment when I got home. She worked 2 jobs and had a boyfriend with his own place, so I hardly ever saw her. We had a shared bathroom, though, and that wasn't always the best. As I took a shower, I realized that she had used the last of my shampoo. We were out of shower gel, too. I got into the shower with high hopes, and then I had to wash my hair and my body with bar soap. I had that half a cup of coffee on my way home, and my heart was racing. Or maybe the racing heart was anger toward my sister for always using my shampoo without asking. I was flooded with emotions, and it took a lot for me to hold it together as I finished my shower and got dressed. I thought about canceling, and then I remembered that I had basically guilted August into going. I left my coffee-stained jeans soaking in the bathroom, and I put on a dress. I did as much as I could with my hair and makeup in about 10 minutes, and then I slipped on some boots and a light coat and headed to Zach's restaurant. Zach happened to be the most famous chef in Memphis. He was the winner of Top Chef, and he had been on multiple cooking shows since then. It was a big deal that I had a free dinner. I should be happy to go there. I reminded myself of that whole time I walked inside. I felt off, though, and I just couldn't shake it. I wish there was a bad day button you could press and your day would flip-flop, just miraculously get better. August was standing near the door when I walked into the restaurant. I would love to think that some things never changed, but August had changed. He smiled at me, but it was different. He was confident and in control, and his smile was slightly indifferent. He hugged me. He smelled so nice. "How's it going, G?" "Good," I lied. I stepped back, looking at him after he hugged me. "You're bigger than you used to be." "What happened?" My expression was serious because it was a serious question, but it made August laugh. "Thanks," he said. "I've been working on that." "She's here. We're ready," he said, talking to someone else. I noticed the hostess who was standing there, waiting to seat us. We followed her, and I stared up at August as I fell into stride beside him. "How long have you been waiting?" "I just got here a minute ago." "Why are you so dressed up?" "This is what I wore to that closing," he said. "Why are you so dressed up?" "This is comfortable," I said, talking about my dress. "Bailey Fairchild told us you would be eating with a charity certificate," the server said as she showed us to our table. "You guys can choose any entree and dessert you like. Zach will send out a complimentary appetizer in just a moment. Your server will bring it to you." "Thank you," I said, and August said it at the same time. I stared at him. His confidence level had changed. Or maybe it was that mine had gone down. I wondered what the truth was. I wondered who had changed. Either way, I did a double take at August as we got settled at the table. "Are you August Faulkner?" August glanced at our server, who had just approached the table. "Yes," he said. "Oh my gosh, I've seen you in here before with the Fairchilds. I'm such a big fan of watching you guys on stage. I sing in the shower, but I could never get up there and do what you do. I saw you in so many musicals. Addams Family, My Fair Lady, Sweeney Todd. I'm sorry to rant. I'm just a fan. What can I get you guys to drink?" She finally glanced at me when she asked the last question about getting us something to drink. She looked blankly at me like she had no idea I was in musicals at all. I had been in every one of the shows she mentioned. "Coke?" I said as she stared blankly at me. I thought she might recognize me after we made eye contact, but nothing. "I'll have an unsweet tea if you have it," August said. "Of course," she said, smiling at him like it was her pleasure. "I'll be right back with your drinks and your appetizer. Everything is on the house with your certificate. And Zach, he knows you're here. He said to say hello." She looked directly at August when she said all of it. "I already know what I want," August said, glancing at the menu and then at me when she walked away. He had gray-blue eyes, and they sparkled from the reflection of the candle on the table. "What's the matter?" he asked, tilting his head and staring at me. There was music playing in the restaurant, and it was an intimate setting. There was nothing I could do to stop the flood of words that were about to start coming out of my mouth. I sighed, and then I began talking, unloading. "Did you see her? She didn't even give me a second glance. She knew exactly who you were and all the musicals you had been in, and she looked at me like she had never seen me. And it's not just the waitress. It's everything, August. It's work, and my friends, and everything. I mean, look at you. You're different. You have this project going on, and I know nothing about it. Owen said he was working with you. I'm totally out of the loop, and I did nothing to get here. Everything lately is just ticking me off. I'm sorry, my fish died today. It's almost dead. It's not dead yet, but almost. I think I maybe should bury it later. It might be more humane than letting it live at this point. I need to look that up. It's not just my fish, though. I'm doubting myself in general. I'm doubting all of my decisions. I'm doubting my work, and I don't even know if I want to do any more acting. What is acting? I wonder how I ever got pleasure in doing that. I hated my last role, and I'm just so off lately. This guy's annoying me at work, and my sister uses all of my freaking shampoo. I washed my hair with a bar of soap just now. It wasn't even a good one. It was one I got at a hotel like 3 years ago on vacation with my parents. It was in the medicine cabinet. I don't know how I still had it. I took a deep breath and offered him a fake smile, knowing how horrible I sounded. I'm sorry, August. He stared at me. Don't be. A few seconds of silence passed before he added, I'm sorry about your fish. It's fine, but it's nothing I did. He's like 3 years old, and I think those betas are only supposed to last that long anyway. It just sucks because the last time I had a fish that died, I was living at home and I just asked my dad to deal with it. With this one, I have to do it myself. Either that, or I could just let it finish dying in the tank, which I hate to do. I stared off, trying to get myself together, trying not to completely unload on August, even though I already had. Look, I'm sorry. The girl didn't recognize me, and I snapped, but it was just because I was feeling invisible lately anyway. You're not invisible, Gina. You're as beautiful and as talented as ever. It's just a funk. We all have them. You're human. Cut yourself some slack. It's just a bad day. His words were nice. His statements were kind and meant to help, but he was saying what he thought I needed to hear, and it only bugged me even more. My eyes welled with tears as I stared at him. I did not want to cry, but I could not control it. I blinked, making myself calm down and hold it together. My vision blurred, and I blinked and took a deep breath, staring at him. I wished I could make him understand what I felt. You don't understand? I said. Then make me. I kept looking into his eyes. My own eyes were full of tears, and it was by sheer will and determination that I didn't let tears overflow and fall down my cheeks. I'm angry, August. It seems like one thing after another is disappointing to me, and I don't like it. I'm not that kind of person. I'm usually positive. Even you. You're in a different headspace than me, and you must know it because you're not including me in any of your plans either. You've got all this going on with writing a play, and you've got everyone involved but me. That's not true. The main people I have involved so far are Shep and Owen. A few others know about it, but barely anyone. It doesn't matter. I don't even know what I'm asking you for, August. Maybe we should just both shut up and eat our meal. I feel like I'm not a good dinner date right now. Just then, our server returned with our drinks. She set a small platter in the center of our table. These 3 items are our most popular appetizers, and they're described here. She set a small piece of paper on the side of the platter. Thank you, August said. This looks great. As far as our dinner goes, Gina wants the chicken, and I'll have steak. Thanks so much. Oh, okay. I'll put your order in. They come with mixed vegetables, and the starch is chef's choice. But did you want to make any specific requests? No, thank you. We'll take it how it normally comes. I was happy he took over with the ordering. I could have done it myself, but I didn't want to. I sat there straight-faced, staring at August while he spoke to the waitress. She didn't even glance at me until she reached out to take the menu. Chapter 3. August widened his eyes as our server walked away. I hope it's okay that I ordered you chicken. I don't really care, I said. I'm sorry. I know I should care. You were nice for ordering. I don't mean to take any of this out on you. I knew I was saying the right words, but they were forced and they came out in a monotone way that was completely abnormal for me. Are you taking medicine? He asked. No. Why? Do you think I need it? I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to help you figure out if something's throwing you off. I think it's just my own life decisions, I said. We should just probably pay attention to the food. I stared blankly when I said it, and August tilted his head at me. "Then dig in," he said. "I meant you should pay attention to the food," I said. "Are you not going to eat?" he asked. I reached out and took one of the morsels of food off of the platter. It was too big for one bite, and I stuck it in my mouth anyway. I stared at him as I chewed. He smiled and did the same thing, taking a bite and casually putting it into his mouth. We stared at each other as we chewed. We sat there and stared blankly, not in a rush to finish. My mouth was full of a savory bite. It was fried eggplant and something else, something creamy, but I didn't care. At least the taste was distracting me from the fact that I wanted to cry. "I'm not going to be able to let you give up on acting, Gina." "Thanks," I said vaguely. "I mean it." Another few seconds passed. "Okay." We stared at each other for what must have been half a minute. There were no words exchanged and no smiles exchanged. I just looked at him. And without saying a word, I begged him to understand me, begged him to say something to fix my perspective on life. I didn't beg, though. I remained stoic. I just stared at August, hoping I could focus on being a good dinner companion. "Let's just eat food and keep our traps shut. I think things will be more pleasant for you this way." He grinned at me and shook his head. "You are being so weird, Gina." I shrugged, straight-faced. "I know I am. I told you that." "Your timing with this is unbelievable." "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked, chewing another bite. "You, Gina. You're different. And that means something to me right now." "What does it mean?" I asked, not understanding. "Did you know I'm going to direct this play that I'm writing about Shep?" "Owen said something about it," I said. "He and Shep know all about it." "I'm getting close to wrapping up the writing. I have plans to hold the auditions in December and start rehearsals in January. I'm looking at performing it at a small venue in May. I want to keep it low-key. I'm not trying to be competition to Abe and what he's doing with the players. I feel like I want to set easy goals for my first show and play somewhere where there's a manageable amount of tickets to sell. I haven't put together my creative team yet, but I'm directing it. Did you know I was directing it? Anyway, this is crazy, Gina, but I was going to ask you to be in it before we ever came here tonight." "You were?" "Yes. I had you in mind for the role of Natalie's mom. She's in the beginning of the play, and she's described as such a sweet person that I knew you would be. Anyway, I wanted you for that role and Bailey for the role of Natalie. I haven't talked to her yet, but that's what I had been thinking. I actually had a lunch scheduled with her tomorrow, and she texted me to let me know that she's playing it by ear with Ryan being sick. That's why the timing of this is amazing. I was going to offer her the role of Natalie when I met with her tomorrow. I thought she was perfect for the role." He blinked at me and breathed a sigh. "I love you, Gina, and God knows I think you're an amazing actress and singer, but I didn't see you as Natalie. I'm writing it and directing this thing. I've interviewed Natalie 10 times and talked to her so much. I just didn't think Natalie was the right role for you. I couldn't see you honestly pulling off the melancholy demeanor that I'm going to need." "Thanks," I said sarcastically. "No, Gina, stop. Don't you see? That's a compliment. I didn't even know this side of you existed." "But you think it does in Bailey?" "No, listen. You're going to get through all of this, and all I'm saying is that it's perfect timing. I'm sitting here looking at you, and it's the same feelings, the same self-doubt I need for Natalie. I'm not trying to make this about me, Gina, but I really care about this project, and I suddenly feel like I need you in this role. I spend a lot of time thinking about this project. I wouldn't say I'm obsessed with it, but I think about it a tremendous amount. And I know it can be great. I want to make it great." "I know you do. I've heard Shep talking about it." "Gina, it's just too good to be true. The timing is amazing with how you're showing me this side of yourself. I know you're coming from a place where you're seriously having a hard time, and I'm sorry. but I have to think it will help to know that it could all be for a reason. I'm sitting here across the table from you, and I can see my Natalie. I see it. I know you could really be great at it, Gina. Please say you'll think about doing it. You'd have to take the next Players production off, but I was kind of hoping you'd do that anyway. Please come help me do this. Gina, I'm serious. I'm sincerely asking you to think about taking this role. I sat there, staring at him. The role of Natalie? Yes. And if it sounds like something you'd be interested in doing, then you should consider the fact that maybe all these feelings were to get you to this moment right here. I don't know what to say. Say yes. Sleep on it. Do you have an interest in this role? You know Shep and Natalie's story, don't you? Would you want to think about playing Natalie? And you weren't even thinking of asking me this before tonight? No, I wasn't planning on asking you to play Natalie. I had Bailey in mind for it. I wasn't going to mention any of this to you tonight, not even the other role. He stared at me. His face was more captivating than it used to be. He had changed so much in recent months. I am begging you to think about this. I took a deep breath. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but I will tell you that I'm glad you asked me, August. I feel out of the loop, and I'd love to, at least, know more about what you're doing. Our server came back to pick up our appetizer plate and check in on us, and I let August talk to her while my mind wandered. I would love to believe that the hard time I've been going through was all meant for something. My heart undoubtedly felt happy at the thought. I loved that August had asked me to do it. Before I knew it, the server was walking off again. You're smiling, he said. I'm happy about the role, I said. Are you? Are you doing the play? You're offering me Natalie's role? Yes. Right now? Yes. No audition? This was the audition. That was real life, I said. I know, he said seriously, and I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about your fish and the shampoo and the guy at your work, and I'm sorry if talking about the play makes it seem like I'm being insensitive to your feelings. I'm sorry about the kind of day you're having. I don't mean to blow past that. I just think it's absolutely amazing that you called me and you're saying all these things the night before I met with Bailey. What makes you think Bailey would have done the show? She wants to, he said. I had Owen put a bug in her ear about it, and I know she wants to do it. You told her already? I thought you didn't tell her. Is she going to be mad if I take the role? Has that ever stopped you before? Did you already promise it to her? I asked. I wouldn't do that. It's my first time directing, but I know how to be a good human. Owen didn't mention any rules to her. He just told her about the play and asked her if she thought she could make time to do it with us this spring. And she said yes? I asked. Yes, she wants to do it. We have a few others on board as well. I've already talked to Tori, and she might skip a play with Abe and the players to work with me. Also, she put us in touch with sound and light engineers. It's only a couple of months before we're holding auditions for any unfilled roles. Before then, I hope to have most of my mains in order. And all of it is moving forward. You're doing it for sure. It's happening? Yes, it's happening, he said confidently, sitting back. And you're asking me to play the main? The main, he said. It's an amazing role, actually. I'm not being arrogant by saying that, because it's not my writing that makes the role great. It's the actual story, the true story. You're going to love getting to know Natalie. Are you doing it? Are you agreeing to this right now? August stared at me. It was a side of August I had never seen before. He was excited and happy, determined and driven. I always knew he was smart, but now I saw something else in him. I could respect him as a director. Maybe he could even help me be a better actor. Yes, I said. Yes? Yes, I repeated. It's going to be demanding. I know, I said. How long is the runtime? 2 hours, roughly. But the first quarter or so is Natalie as a young girl. How many in the cast? We're ironing out the details now, probably 20 with the mains and all the other supporting roles. But I have 2 scenes with an audience on the stage. I'd love more people for that. Ideally, I need 40 or 50, but some are only in a couple of scenes and have no lines. I might ask some of my friends and family to do that. I'm not sure. There are still some things I'm figuring out logistically with the scenes with an audience on stage, such as I don't want benches, and chairs seem like a lot, especially at a black box. None of that matters, though. All we need to know for now is that you're Natalie. You're Natalie, right? Am I looking at my new Natalie? Are you saying you're doing it because my hopes are already up? I smiled. I'm doing it. I'm doing the show. I think it's going to be good for me. Thank you, August. Chapter 4. 3 months later. December. Receiving the offer to star in August's play was the best thing that could have possibly happened to me. It was a game changer for me mentally. I was able to climb out of that funk I was in and get back into a different, more positive mindset. August gave me a completed script a few weeks ago, and it was a work of art. There were also going to be visual works of art on display on the stage and in the lobby. I had met with the real Natalie twice in the last month, and I was blown away by her art and her whole story. Natalie's story was compelling to begin with, and the idea of making it a play was absolutely genius. August had worked on the idea and the script for months, and he had knocked it out of the park. Only about half of the first act featured Natalie as a little girl, which meant I was in most of the play. I would be on stage for most of the show. It would be the largest part I had ever played in terms of lines and stage time. The whole story was told from Natalie's perspective. I loved how August spotlighted the compelling, serious, life-altering parts of the story, but he still made it a happy, triumphant love story. It was an engaging script, and I could not wait to get to work with Owen, August, and the rest of the cast and crew. I have already read the script multiple times, and I was in love. If we were able to live up to the written potential, I knew our audience would delight in the experience. I loved their story, and I was excited about being a part of the play. I felt honored that August would trust me with something that was so important to him. Tonight was our first meeting, and I was already pumped. All of the cast and crew would be there. It was currently mid-December. We wouldn't begin rehearsing regularly until after the first of the year, but we had a meeting tonight so that everyone could be given scripts and information about the show. Unlike with the Memphis Players, there was never a formal audition day. August handled it more like a movie where he auditioned people for roles separately, meeting with people and casting them in small groups, or one-on-one like he did with me. I had been given a script earlier than most of the cast, and Owen and I had some information that the others didn't. But I had so much to accomplish by May that I felt behind already and was anxious to get started. Tonight, we met at a famous historic theater called the Blackbird. Bailey's husband happened to own it, and she lived upstairs in a glamorous apartment. Otherwise, we would have never scored such a place for our first meeting. Bailey would be playing the role of Natalie's mother during the scenes at the beginning of the play. She would change and play another role later in the play, but Natalie's mother was her largest role. It was the exact role August had in mind for me, but I obviously never mentioned that to her. She was excited about the project. We all were. There were roughly 30 of us sitting in the audience of the Blackbird when August noticed that it was time for us to begin. He went to the stage to speak to us. He sat on the edge of the stage, and he waved his hand in a come-here gesture to someone sitting in the front. He was joined on the stage by Shep and Natalie. August had on jeans and a sweater. He was neatly dressed as always, only he filled out his jeans now in a way that he didn't used to fill them out. Back in the day, I would consider August to be tall and lanky, but this guy was not lanky at all. He had been hitting the gym, and it manifested in a human being that was significantly larger than he used to be. He must have gotten a wave of nerves or excitement before he got started, because he smiled and took off his sweater like he was hot. He did his best to leave his t-shirt in place, but it lifted up accidentally, and I was able to see his muscle-lined torso. Goodness gracious. He looked like a man sitting up there, and what's more is that he sounded like a man and carried himself like one. He stashed his sweater next to him before reaching up and adjusting his hair. He used to have long hair, but lately he had been cutting it into a shorter but still shaggy style. I noticed his thighs as he sat on the stage in front of us. I couldn't help but notice him. He was substantially more noticeable than he used to be. He began talking, speaking about the events that took place in Shep and Natalie's life, and how they inspired him to write the play. He handed out scripts and went over practice times. He made general announcements and told us things we could expect as cast members. He admitted, during his speech, that it was his first time directing anything. He seemed humble when he said it, but there was never a time when he seemed overwhelmed. He was a natural at being in front of us and commanding our attention. It was obvious that he would be a natural director, and I couldn't believe his confidence and drive. Tori was not at the meeting, but August informed us that she would be joining us for the remainder of the rehearsals as his assistant director. I knew she wouldn't have time to work with Abe during the next Memphis Players production, but life would have to go on over there during this show. This play was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and August was so passionate about it that we had no choice but to support him. He spoke to us for 30 minutes before smiling and gesturing as if he was about to wrap it up. He glanced my way and he called out to Owen and me, saying that he would like to speak to us again before we left. Several people came up to him after we were dismissed, and I talked to Owen while we waited for August. It was 10 minutes later when he finally approached us. He took a deep breath and stared at us, shaking his head as if apologizing for taking so long.
Thank you for hanging out. Thank you both for being here. I'm so excited about this. I was looking at you guys from the stage, and I think your chemistry is going to be amazing. I know you've played main roles opposite each other before, and I know you're good at it, but I really think you're going to be amazing as Shep and Natalie. If I can get you to fall in love in real life, maybe it'll be even better.
August, Owen said. No, I mean it. You look good together. I know you'll have a great chemistry on stage. All I'm saying is that it would be cool if you fell in love off stage, too. I could see you two together for real. That would be classic if you fell in love doing this play. Maybe I could write a second one about that. He was smiling and joking, but my reaction to it was weird. I thought August had a crush on me, and it was off-putting to hear him recommend that I fall in love with someone else. He should be too jealous to say these things. Owen put his arm around my shoulders, smiling at August. Gina and I already love each other enough to play Shep and Natalie. Plus, we're amazing actors. I thought you knew that. August laughed. I do. I definitely know you guys are. I have no doubts. What I really wanted to tell you was that Bailey said we can meet here, at the Blackbird, on the nights that our small group is meeting separately. I didn't want to tell you in front of everyone else because we'll all be at the Baptist church for the other rehearsals. Not quite as glamorous. So every Monday we get to rehearse here on the stage? I asked. Yes, August replied, smiling and nodding. Will that work for you guys? Of course, I said. That's amazing. Bailey didn't tell me. She just told me a minute ago. That's what she was saying when she came up here. Yeah, that's fine, Owen said. I'll meet you guys here on Mondays. He hugged August. I'm pumped, dude. You're amazing, and this whole idea is so good. It's going to be fun. I have to run. I have a tennis match in 15 minutes. Owen, go. Why didn't you tell me that? August said, slapping at him. "It's not that big of a deal. I'll make it." Owen went in for a half-hug with me and then walked away. Just like that, I was left standing there with August. I had a new level of respect for him after seeing what a natural he was as a director, talking to the cast and inspiring us about the project. He was dashing, too. As a friend, I was proud to see August growing and changing, and it made me feel a little speechless as we stood there together. I glanced downward instead of at his stormy blue-gray eyes.
"How are you doing?"
he asked.
"I know we've talked about how you feel in your role, but how are you, Gina? I feel like I haven't checked on you enough."
"I'm actually better. I'm a lot better than I was that night at Zach's. Thank you. I do think this project is helping me."
"Good,"
he said. "I know you probably don't want to see me get too happy, since I'm channeling Natalie or whatever."
"No, I don't want to see you. I do want to see you happy. That's why I asked. You look good. I mean, you look like you're feeling good, so I was pretty sure you were doing better, but I wanted to ask."
"I have my moments, but I have gotten better in general. I still have anxiety about work and life, but I think it's normal for people our age."
"At any age,"
August said.
"Do something physical. That always helps. Go work out."
"Yeah, I can tell you've been hitting the gym."
"I love it. I need the physical release after using my brain so much, trying to make this play come to life. I'm sure there are people who do this kind of stuff for a job and don't think twice about it, but right now, being my first time, it's taking all of my brain power. I have to hit the gym just to get some release."
"You seem like you're a natural at all of this," I said, still not fully looking at him.
"Thank you. I'm still faking it a little."
"Yeah, I think I need some kind of physical outlet. I've read that working out could help anxiety."
"It's so true. Now that I'm used to it, I can't—"
"Hey, August, can I ask you something about my character really fast?" A woman named Sophia had approached us without me even seeing her. "Of course, I'll let you go," I said, looking at August.
"Gina, I'll text you in a little bit. I'll go to the gym later today if you want to come with me."
"Really?"
"Yeah,"
he said easily. "I might actually," I warned. He smiled.
"Good. I'll text you."
Chapter 5. I met August at his gym at 8 p.m. that evening. I was a cheerleader in high school, and I had been subject to strength and conditioning coaches when I was cheering, but never had I lifted weights or gone to a gym on my own. I was nervous, and I didn't know what to wear. I showed up with tennis shoes, tights, and a t-shirt. I figured I couldn't go wrong with that. I wore my hair in a ponytail, and I didn't do a great job of pulling it back. I knew that because there were mirrors everywhere in this place. I could see myself from about 50 angles, and I wasn't sure if I liked what I saw. It didn't help that August somehow looked perfect in the reflection standing next to me. He had a perfect body. He filled out so much recently, and I didn't realize that gym clothes could look handsome on guys. Or maybe I didn't realize that August could look this handsome. Either way, I felt slightly self-conscious. Maybe that was more because I didn't know what I was doing at the gym.
"You don't have to, but I usually like to warm up on one of the cardio machines before I start lifting."
"I don't know if anything I'm able to do tonight would be called lifting," I said cautiously, causing him to laugh.
"Let's start with a cardio machine. Those are the ones that get your heart rate up, like the bike. Owen uses the bikes, and that's the one I do, but you may want to walk or jog on a treadmill. It's up to you. And you'll love lifting. Trust me. It's fun."
"Okay, I will trust you. Just tell me exactly what to do, and I'll do it."
Go find one of those treadmills or bikes and use it for 10 minutes. You can use the one right next to me if you want to bike, but I don't want to tell you what to do. After we get warm, we can meet up and I'll show you how to use some of the weight training machines."
"These machines?" I asked. pointing at some of the intimidating metal contraptions that were all around us.
Yes,
he said, with a smile. I gave him a nod, and then I took off to find a treadmill. I had been on a few of them before, and I found that it was easy enough for me to get going on it with no help from August. I walked instead of running. There was an older lady next to me, and she was jogging effortlessly, but I couldn't feel bad about it. She was in really good shape, and I figured I had to start somewhere. I set the pace on a fast walk. There were mirrors everywhere, and I could see August on the bike. Those minutes on the treadmill felt like an extremely long time. I was out of my element and trying to take everything in, so at the moment my brain was even busier than my body. Was I supposed to break a sweat? I asked, stepping off of the treadmill as August came up to me. He grinned and wiped the sweat off of his own brow.
Not necessarily. You can do it however you want. It's really just to warm up. Whatever you did is fine. I'll just walk you through the same workout I did today. You can try it out. We'll start with bench press. You can use a chest press machine if you want, but I like to use the bench and the free weights.
Whatever you recommend, I said, since I had no idea what he was talking about. We walked through the gym, over to an area where a bunch of Arnold Schwarzenegger-looking guys were using big metal weights on bars. It was a scene like you'd see in a prison yard. This area of the gym was more intense, with not as many women. I heard metal clanging in the grunting and huffing of testosterone-filled men. I glanced at August like a deer in headlights, and he let out a little laugh. Are we coming over here? I asked. This is a little intimidating. Am I just watching you for today?
No, I'm just watching you today. I want you to try it. That's why you're here.
Not this thing, though, I said, pointing at the bench that August was approaching. It was the only one available. All of the others were occupied by buff dudes and their buff friends, gym bros.
Yes, this thing,
he said, smiling.
We're not trying to go nuts. I just want to show you how to do it and see if you can lift the bar.
The bar?
Yeah,
he said. The bar by itself?
Yes.
The metal stick, with no weights?
Yes,
he assured me with a smile. Of course I can lift that. Who couldn't? His smile broadened, and he gestured at the empty bench.
The bar is 45 pounds, so it's pretty heavy by itself.
I looked around as I sat on the edge of the bench. Everyone else had big metal weights resting on each end of their bars. I stared at him. Is the bar by itself too heavy for me? Is there a chance of that?
If it is, I'll be there to spot you,
he said, walking over to stand strategically behind the bench. I swiveled to stare at him again. What do I do? Just lie flat on my back?
Yes, just get on your back.
I did as he said, seeing the ceiling tiles come into focus before August leaned over me, smiling. He had hair on his chin. It was shaven, but there was stubble there. I had never noticed August's facial hair before, but there it was on the bottom of his chin, plain as day. He was too good-looking. I felt motivated to impress him and fleetingly hoped I didn't have anything in my nose as I lay there looking up at him.
Scoot down a little bit,
he said. I did so, and August carefully held the bar over me.
Now, just take it from me and try to bring it down to your chest and push it back up again.
I did it. It wobbled a bit because it was off balance and quite a bit heavier than it looked. But I got the hang of it. I lifted it a few times.
Whoa. Good job. You're strong, Gina. That's 3. See how many you can do.
I locked my elbows, holding the bar up. Can I stop now and see how it feels with weights? August reached out and grabbed the bar, helping me set it on the rack again.
Yeah, definitely. How much do you want to try?
How much should I try?
How easy did that feel?
He asked. I gave him a shrug. It's heavy for a bar, but I can definitely do more. What about those? I pointed at the medium-size plates.
Those are 25 pounds each,
he said.
That would be more than doubling what you've done already. Let's start with 10 pounds and see how it goes.
I shrugged and smirked at him. Let me try the bigger ones, I said, feeling stubborn and wanting to prove my strength. I honestly felt like I could do double what I just did. I wasn't sure what that would feel like, but that bar felt really manageable, and I was pretty confident in my abilities at the moment.
We can try, he said tentatively. It's a lot of weight, but I'll be here to spot you.
I felt like the medium-sized weights were fine. There were guys next to me who were lifting multiple huge ones on each side, so I figured I could do one of the medium ones. By the time I started to help, August had already turned and retrieved 2 weights off of the rack. He put one on each side of my bar, and I settled in place again. You're a natural at being a director, you know, I said, looking up at him before I tried the weights. He gave me a smile.
Nah, I'm just passionate about this story.
Well, you're still going to be a great director, and it doesn't matter what drives you. In fact, passion is probably the best, most logical reason to be great at something.
Well, thank you, he said thoughtfully. I've been part of a cast so many times, but I never thought about what my approach would be as a director. I almost wish I could go back a few years and start watching directors and noticing what they do.
I see what you're saying, but we all wish we knew more about what we were doing at any moment. I wish I could go back a few years and be better at doing this right now.
You seem like you're doing fine to me,
he said, smiling.
You're about to try for a PR of 95 pounds.
Is that how much this is? I asked, looking at the small weights. I felt even more confident after he said that. I thought it would be like doing a push-up, and since I weighed more than 95 pounds. I thought this would be a piece of cake. I knew I could do more than one push-up, and so I figured I could bust out 4 of 5 of these. I situated myself on the bench and took a deep breath, reaching upward and wrapping my hands around the metal bar.
I'll help you get it off of the rack, and then let you take over from there.
I nodded, and August helped me steady the bar in mid-air over my chest.
Ready?
He asked. Yes. I said the word and gave him a nod, and he gently transferred the weight into my hands. It was so much heavier than I let the bar down over my chest and, oh my goodness. Too much, I said in a light groan as I tried to push the bar from my chest. I had been planning on lowering the bar to my chest all along, but it went too quickly and it was too heavy to budge once it got there. There was too much weight. I could not move it at all. The bar rested on my chest only for a second or two before August easily reached in, picked it up, and racked it for me. It was like a miracle how easily he lifted it. What in the world? I said, sitting up and swiveling to look at him. I felt embarrassed and out of breath. How much weight was that? It felt like 580 pounds. I thought you said it was 95.
It was 95.
Why can't I do that? I thought I could at least do my body weight.
What made you think you could bench press your body weight? Very few people can do that.
Isn't that what a push-up is?
No, not really.
Well, I definitely can't lift this, however much weight this was. It is way too much. That's crazy. It was like stuck to my chest. He took the weights off one by one.
Do you want to try 10s on each side?
Is that the little baby ones?
They go all the way down to... That doesn't matter. Don't look at what other people are doing. You build up. Lots of people start by just doing the bar.
August was patient and confident, and it seemed like he had been hanging out in a gym his whole life. How long have you been coming here? I asked him.
A year.
Really?
5 days a week for the last year. I could hardly lift 95 the first day.
How much do you lift now?
That doesn't matter. I've been working hard at it for a year.
How much?
240.
240 pounds. More than double what I just did right now?
Yeah, but I only did it for 2. That's my PR right now. I guess we can try the little 10-pounders on each side, I said. What does that equal with the bar? 65, he said. Okay, I'm going to go for it, I said. I relaxed onto the bench again, situating myself in the most comfortable position I could find. August helped me get the bar up and off of the rack. Last time you kept the bar up high on your chest, close to your neck. This time try to bring it down a little lower by your chest and see if that feels better. I nodded. Okay, sounds good. I did it. I lowered the bar to my chest and then I pushed it up again. It was heavy, but I did it. Oh, gosh, that was fun, I said when I got to the top. That was easy. Go for another, he said. I lowered the bar to my chest and brought it up again. This time it was harder, but I still did it. It was heavy, but I thought I could do it again. Do I just keep going? I asked. Yes, he said, smiling. I brought it to my chest and back up again. I did that twice more. Each time the weight felt heavier, and on the third one it stopped halfway up. I could not push it up any further. Come on, Gina. You've got this one. By instinct, I lifted my legs, scrunching my whole body, curling up like a bug that was being squashed. My eyes were closed, and I used all my strength. I groaned and pushed, using my arms and legs to push upward. And just like that, it moved. The bar magically moved. I opened my eyes and noticed that August had been the one to do it. He placed the bar on the rack and smiled down at me. That was amazing, he said. Great job, Gina. It helped me to curl up like that, I said. Did it help me? Or did you lift it off of me? I helped you on that last one a little, but that was almost all you. You repped that like it was no problem. You did a solid 5 on your own. What do I do now? Take a break and let's do another set, if you can. We stayed there and worked out for over an hour. August didn't do anything since he spent all of his time helping me. You didn't get much of a workout, I said, later, when the thought crossed my mind. We were wrapping up by that point. He had told me it was my last set at my last machine. I didn't need to work out. I already did my stuff this morning. You've been here already today? I asked in shock. He nodded. Early this morning. Thank you for doing this, I said, understanding he was there for me. Thank you for being in the show. I'm excited about it. I love Natalie. I can't wait. Chapter 6. August Faulkner. 2 weeks later. He had already talked to Shep and Natalie, obviously. He had to call them first. The very next person August contacted was Gina. He would call Owen next, but for the moment he concentrated on his leading lady. He listened to the phone ring. He was in the living room of his mom's house, sitting on the edge of one of her couches staring down at the rug. Hello? Gina said. What are you doing? August asked. I'm Christmas shopping. Well, I'm not technically shopping at the moment. I'm finished in this store. I'm standing out here waiting for my mom to try on some pants. I'm glad you called. I was going to ask you what you were doing for Christmas Eve. My mom's cooking. I mentioned it to your sister. She said she and Warren might come by since your family is doing Christmas morning. Anyway, I know you like my mom's dressing, and I just wanted to tell you that you're welcome to come over. I told Sasha to invite you, so you might already know. No, she called, but I haven't been able to call her back. I was talking to Abe, and then I've been on the phone with Shep for the last hour. We're working on something new. Whoa, this sounds exciting. It is exciting, August said. Thank you for the invitation, though. I'll talk to Sasha, and I'll probably ride over to your mom's if they go. August thought about years past. He had been invited to Gina's house all through high school and partway through college. For most of that time, he had a crush on her. He remembered going over there and wanting her so badly. Maybe he still did.
But he knew nothing would ever happen between them, and he had come to terms with that years ago. "Is that what you called to tell me?" Gina asked, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Something new?"
Yes. The play. It's amazing news. I can't even believe what's happening.
"What's happening? What is it?" Gina asked, sounding excited. There was a smile in her voice, and August was glad to hear it.
It all started with bad news, which is that Kennedy broke her leg.
"You're kidding," Gina said. "When? How? At rehearsal?"
No, walking her dog. She stepped in a hole. She's in a cast for at least 2 months.
"That's terrible. It's the first I've heard about it."
It just happened last night. But it broke loose a whole chain of events, ending with us performing at the Blackbird in May.
"What?"
"That's what I'm calling to tell you. Abe called me after he heard about Kennedy's leg. It was the last straw for him. She's got an understudy, obviously, but it's not the same with Gabby in that role. Plus, he's already missing a lot of his cast and crew this term because of my play. He was already thinking about calling off Legally Blonde and rescheduling it for next fall. Kennedy's leg put it over the top. It's done. It's official. They're postponing, and he's letting us take their place. This is now a Players production. Everything we're doing just got a lot bigger, Gina. We can rehearse at the high school where there's so much room, and Gina, the Blackbird. We're performing at the Blackbird.
"Is Abe directing?"
No, the Players are out and we're in. I'm directing it.
"You're joking."
No, I'm not. We're doing NYC at the Blackbird."
The name of the play was That Day in NYC, but everyone affectionately referred to it by the 3 initials. "Are you serious?"
"Yes,"
he said.
"We're performing at the Blackbird. Abe had already talked to Bailey and the Fairchilds before he even called me. We have to move our performances up a couple of weeks, but we're doing it. I'll schedule more rehearsals if I need to."
"This is a dream. Your play at the Blackbird, August?" "Bailey knew? She didn't call me. This is unbelievable. Are you nervous?"
"Are you kidding? I'm so nervous. I've been nervous this whole time. I was nervous when we were playing at the Black Box. None of this seems real right now."
"You deserve it," Gina said. "The script's amazing. The idea is genius. The true story aspect of it is so good. This is going to be at least as good as a Memphis Players production. You basically have all the players involved anyway."
"I know. That's what Abe was saying. He was relieved when Kennedy said she was out. Obviously, don't repeat that, but he said it made his decision a lot easier. He said he knew some of the remaining players would want to be involved if I need numbers in my ensemble."
"That's amazing. We need more people. I'm freaking out."
"I am too," August said. "We need to go ahead and start rehearsals. I feel like we need to start early."
"Owen and I are getting together the day after Christmas," she said. "And I'm already talking to Natalie and working out my role on my own. But I'd be happy to start meeting early. This is the best news."
"I know. I feel like I'm dreaming."
"Let's celebrate," Gina said.
"I agree. We should. What should we do?"
"Let's go eat dinner."
"I'm at my mom's. She and my dad are bringing home some food. I came over here to eat. You could just come over here if you want. They always order too much."
"I might," Gina said. "I'd love to see your mom, and we need to celebrate this news."
"Okay. Come over. You can get here whenever. I'm here now,"
August said, knowing she had the address. "Are you sure they don't mind?"
"My parents? No. They'd love it. Neither of them are here at the moment. They had errands, and then they're stopping to get the food. I think it's barbecue."
"Are you sure I won't be intruding?"
"No, you won't," he assured her.
Gina knocked on his parents' door 30 minutes later. She had her dirty blonde hair in a big messy bun on the top of her head, smiling and looking like a sweet little pineapple. She wore a brown hoodie, which added to the effect. She was a stunning person and absolutely captivating on stage. Gina was going to be perfect as Natalie, and August caught himself feeling thankful as he stared at her. She was talented and focused, and having her center stage would be one of the best parts of his whole show. "Hey," she said, stepping inside the house. August had been holding the door, so his arms were open, and Gina walked straight toward him, assuming they would embrace. Gina hugged him, and during it she looked at him. She was moving toward him like she was about to kiss his cheek. It was normal for theater friends to greet each other like this. Gina was one of his best friends, someone with whom he had spent hours upon hours with in the past. August was accustomed to being kissed on the cheek, and he leaned into it, but before he could fully turn away he felt his mouth touch hers. Her lips accidentally caught the side of his mouth, and he felt it affect him physically. An accidental mouth touch with Gina Andrews had never happened before, and August felt unspeakable urges as a result of it. He resisted. He didn't allow himself to feel that way about Gina. He had gotten good at avoiding it over the years. She was as gorgeous as ever, and he was tempted, but he was a pro at avoiding his feelings by now, and he figured it was an accident anyway. August quickly looked away, clearing his throat, and Gina mumbled, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." "Gina!" August's mom came around the corner. "Hey, Ms. Trish," she said, and August felt his chest tighten when he watched them embrace. "Perfect timing, sweetheart," Trish said, pulling on Gina's arm. "We're just making plates." "This is also nice, thank you," Gina said. They walked over to the aluminum tins of various meats and sides, and then Gina and August glanced at each other. Her eyes lit up. "This is amazing. I hit the jackpot. I'm starving right now." Trish loved that. "Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Just dig right in, my baby girl." "This dinner is almost as exciting as the reason August called me in the first place." "What reason?" Trish asked, glancing at her son. "It's the play, and I haven't told you guys about it yet," he said, casually. Gina sucked air in through her teeth regretfully. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." "What happened?" his mom asked. "What happened?" his dad said, coming into the room with a smile. Gina's eyes widened as she stared guiltily at August. They were sparkling and blue, and he knew exactly why audiences fell in love with her. It was impossible not to fall in love with her. "I'm sorry for spoiling it, but your son wrote an amazing play. You know that much. The news is that we're all going to perform it at the Blackbird Theater in May." "What?" Trisha looked at August, who nodded and smiled. She started hitting him playfully on the shoulder, and his smile broadened. "Seriously, son?" she asked. He nodded. "Is it true?" "Yes." "The Blackbird. Your play is going to be performed there?" Her voice rose a few octaves by the end of her sentence, and I could tell she was crying. "Yes," he said, still smiling calmly. "I told you, August. I told you I dreamed it. After I dreamed it, I thought maybe it would happen eventually down the road. Are you telling me your play is going to premiere at the Blackbird this year, this May?" "Yes, it is. We are basically taking the place of the Players this term." "Does Abe know?" "Yes, Abe knows," August said. "It was his idea. I talked to him for a long time earlier." Trish gawked at her son. "You didn't tell me any of this when I first came in." "I was going to tell you and Dad at the same time. And it's all so unreal. Abe just called and dropped about 50 bombshells on me, and that's not even all." August was looking directly at Gina when he said that wasn't all. He was staring at her in such a way that she knew whatever information he had pertained to her. "What? What do you mean?" Gina asked. "Colby Klein," he said, stating the name of a gigantic Broadway star. "What about him?" "Abe mentioned trying to get him down here to see the show in May." Gina had a crush on Colby Klein for at least the last 5 years. He was 10 years older than them. and he was the epitome of everything she wanted in a man. She had been outspoken about her feelings for Colby in the past, and August could see her visibly react when she heard the news. Gina was aware of the fact that Abe knew Colby. In fact, some of her friends, including August, had met him before. But Gina never had the opportunity to see him or meet him, and she was taken aback at the mention of his name. August remembered telling Gina that he had met Colby on their trip to New York, and she had freaked out. "Is that the actor from Moulin Rouge?" his mom asked.
"Yes," August said. "Abe said he told Colby about taking the term off, and Colby seemed interested in the script."
"Like to star in it?"
Trish asked, her eyebrows raising. No, he thought maybe Colby would come to Memphis and see it. I'm really not getting my hopes up over any of this. It's only been since this afternoon that all of this started to transpire anyway.
Gina smiled absent-mindedly as she scooped food onto her plate. She was happy, and August liked the sight of it. She seemed to be feeling good in general, and he loved seeing that. He was thankful to have such a beautiful, talented leading lady, and he wanted to take care of her. Chapter 7. A month later. It was only mid-January, and we were already well acquainted with August's rehearsal style. The scenes were starting to come together, and the set pieces were being built. I had seen some of the set in August's dad's workshop. Mr. Faulkner was a good carpenter, and he had been in charge of set building with the Memphis Players when we were younger. He had a crew of his friends helping him assemble and paint set pieces for this play. I spent some time with August and his sister Sasha when she was in town for Christmas, and I got to see some of the set pieces at his parents' house as they were being conceived and constructed. Their friend had a barn, and we were housing the largest piece there, but all of the smaller pieces were at August's parents' house. Today was Monday, and we were rehearsing at the Blackbird this evening. We had access to the stage and a few small items, like folding chairs, but we would not bring any of our set pieces there until the week of the show. That's why I was surprised to see 2 sawhorses and a plank of wood set up on the stage when I arrived. "What's this?" I said, seeing August on the stage, setting it up when I walked in.
"The bridge," August said. "Last time we rehearsed that bridge scene, you guys sat in chairs, and it's not the same effect. I wanted your legs to dangle. I want to make it so your feet can touch his and everything."
August was always really excited when Owen and I seemed to have good chemistry, and honestly, it bugged me. Something had happened to me since I had been doing this play. Something had changed with the way I perceived August. I really liked him now. I wanted to tell him that countless times. I had moments when I almost broke down and admitted to him that my feelings had changed. But I couldn't. I was working with him. He was my director. It was inappropriate to bring feelings into it, and I knew that. But the day after the play closed, I planned to tell him the truth. I told myself that so many times in the last month. I had been going to the gym regularly just to try to impress him once this was all said and done. I was 10 times shyer around him than I used to be. People could tell I was different, but everyone thought I was just channeling Natalie. It was a convenient excuse, but the truth was that I was confused by my feelings for August, and I no longer knew how to act around him. Even now, tonight, he was dressed nicely in spite of it being a Monday night and there only being 3 or 4 of us at the rehearsal. It wasn't abnormal for August to dress nicely in years past. It was that I just never noticed it before. I was noticing all sorts of things about him that I never noticed before. As a habit, I had always kept a short journal, just a simple sentence or 2 every day. More and more my journal had included August's name. I knew he was in my thoughts, and I knew I would tell him about it once the play was over. I loved the play, and I was excited about the whole process, but I wanted to tell August how I felt, and for that reason couldn't wait for it to be over. It had been a month since I realized that I was developing feelings, and it felt like it would be forever until I would have the chance to follow up with them. As much as I wanted to say something now, I knew that remaining quiet was the kind, responsible thing to do. A relationship starting to develop between us would change the dynamics of the show, and I wasn't willing to risk that for any of us.
Owen and Tori will both be here, he assured me.
Good.
How are you? How was your weekend?
I should be asking you that, I said.
Oh, we had fun.
I knew he and Owen had gone with our friend Mark on his bachelor party trip to Nashville.
Warren hooked us up with a suite at some popular club.
Sounds like a party.
It actually was, August said. And I had to drink a cup of coffee at 10 p.m. and then again at midnight just to keep up with them. I don't think I'm cut out for all that. I think I'm a morning person.
I laughed. Everything he said was funny. He was still the same August that I had known for years, but now he was new and improved. And he was in a much larger fitness body. Not to mention, he was a writer and a director. He was amazing at so many things, and I found myself overwhelmed with newfound respect for him. He was a successful realtor, too. I felt impressed by everything August did and said lately. I had to remind myself that he was an old friend. It was easy because he had no problem looking at me like I was just a friend. He was nice to me, but I didn't see that longing in his eyes like there used to be. I had no idea why the tables had turned. I was glad I was currently forced to be patient with all of this. I felt like I couldn't trust myself and my own feelings, and therefore I knew it was good to wait. I prayed about it. I had never tried praying about my feelings for a man, and every time I asked God about August, I kept getting affirmations that I should be patient and not act on it until after the play was over. I felt in my heart that if it was meant to happen, that would still be the case after the show. My feelings were building steadily, though, and it was difficult to be alone with him in situations like this and not start to flirt. He was so handsome. I just loved how he looked. I'm glad y'all had fun, I said, trying to stay on topic, and I don't blame you. I'm more of a morning person, too. I didn't think I was, but I rarely stay up past midnight anymore.
I know, he said. I stay up till midnight or a little later, but that's working and doing things in my own house. I don't mind staying up, but I don't need all that going out stuff. It's too loud. My ears were ringing until noon the next day.
I could do without that stuff, too, I agreed. And this is a good idea, I added, as I pointed at the sawhorses. Are you sure it'll hold us?
Oh, yeah, no problem, he said. You probably shouldn't go dancing or running around up here, but as long as you guys are just sitting, you'll be fine. When the set gets built, we'll have a rail for you to prop your arms on. I'll take you and Owen over to Jack's land, and we'll practice out at the barn a few times once it warms up.
You're funny, I said.
How so?
I don't know. I like how you have us rehearsing in barns. He laughed.
I don't know if Owen will like it.
He loves playing Shep, I said. And it's such a trip to see him do it. Just those subtle shifts that make him look just like Shep.
Yeah, I'm really proud of him. But don't tell him I said that, or it'll go to his head.
Both of us saw Owen walk inside, heading toward us from the other side of the theater.
Did you make sure the door closed behind you?
August asked. Owen nodded.
I did.
Is Tori coming? I asked. But just then I saw Tori walk in, heading toward us from the back of the auditorium. Hey, everyone, she called, seeing us all. We were all there for one reason alone, and within 5 minutes, Owen and I were rehearsing a scene. Positioned on the wood plank with our legs dangling. We worked for the next hour, going through the scene with August stopping and talking to us constantly. This is the most amazing place to watch a sunset. I can't believe we're the only ones here, I said, staring at Owen as we began to go through the scene a second time.
It's private property. I know the owners,
he said. I held on to Owen's hand, pretending to look out at the sunset. Thank you for taking me here, I said, staring out. I never get to see skies this color, even out on the lake.
Hey, Natalie?
Yeah?
I was talking to August about a scene that's going to be in the play, but hasn't been written yet.
What is it? He cleared his throat.
It's a proposal.
A marriage proposal? I asked, shifting and staring at Owen like he was my soulmate.
Yes,
he said. We stared deeply into each other's eyes. Does the proposal happen at sunset? I asked.
Yes,
Owen said. Is it with a couple sitting on a bridge?
Yes. How did you know?
Touch feet there, August interjected. We touched feet, and I stayed focused on Owen. Are there feet dangling off of a bridge? I asked him. I wiggled my legs gently like August had told me to do last time we ran through the scene.
Good,
August said quietly. Owen kept going.
Don't you think it would be a good scene?
He asked me. It would be a good scene, I agreed casually. But how would they do that set-wise? We're so high off the ground, they can't build this on a stage. Owen shrugged.
Sure they can. They can build some rafters and make it look like the actors are up on a bridge with set pieces and lights. You know, and special effects.
Owen gestured to the theatrical bridge as he spoke. Shep, are these words we're saying right now going to be in the play? I asked.
Yes, probably.
Well, if this is a marriage proposal, then my answer is a gigantic yes.
There's a ring in my pocket.
I'd really love to see it. Owen took it out of the box.
Let me put it on you,
he said, reaching for my hand. He found my ring finger and confidently slipped the ring onto it. We were already practicing with the props for this, so there was a real ring on my finger now. I pulled it back, holding it several inches from my face so that I could inspect it. Malcolm, it's the most beautiful ring I've ever seen.
It is the most beautiful ring that exists, he said confidently. I can't understand why anyone would settle for second best when you only buy one wedding ring in your whole life.
I love you, I said to him, and he leaned in and kissed me. A long, lingering, sticky kiss. At least it would be that way for the show. For now, we faked it. We brought our mouths close to each other as if kissing. Then Owen pulled back, holding on to my hand and looking at the fake sunset.
I love you too,
he said thoughtfully. Shep? I said.
Yeah?
Whoever's starring in this play, Owen and whoever they get to play me, they'll have to kiss each other for this scene. He nodded. And a few other scenes. Owen shrugged.
It is a love story.
We moved in and paused like we were about to kiss again.
Owen, tilt your head the other way so we can see you better.
Owen moved.
No. Look.
Owen moved jerkily, trying to find the right position, but he stopped when he saw that August was crossing the space between us, heading our way.
Trade places with me, Owen, and watch what I do with my shoulder.
Owen hopped off of the makeshift set piece, and August hopped onto it.
Blah, blah, about the wedding ring. It's the most beautiful one, and then she says,
I love you, I said, remembering my line.
And on that, when you go in for the kiss, approach her like this.
August turned and touched his hand to the side of my face and leaned in, bringing his mouth close to mine.
See how my upper body is tilted?
He asked Owen.
I know it's more awkward for you, but from off stage, this is so much better.
His breath smelled like mint, and my knees felt weak. I wanted him to finish the kiss. I flinched by accident, but August didn't notice. He was talking to Owen.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Owen said. That way the audience can see her profile. Yes, exactly. And then the second time you can reach in this way and...
August shifted and approached me in a different way, drawing near to me from a different angle. I leaned into him in a way I didn't quite do with Owen.
Yes, he said, staring straight at me. This is good.
I kept staring at him.
Yes, Gina. This is perfect. Bite your lip like that. Flirt. Bat your eyes at him. You're so very in love with him by this point. This is all very good.
Had I been biting my lip? I didn't even realize. Okay, I said, looking away. I wasn't acting. I was flirting with August. I had definitely been feeling something when he came close to me. I was having real, true feelings when August came to sit next to me, feelings I didn't have with Owen. I had been nervous all night because of performing in front of August. This guy, who I had known for decades, was somehow now making my heart pound. I had to tell him how I felt. There was no way I would be able to make it until May. Maybe I could. I knew I should. I stared downward at my dangling legs while August and Owen switched places. My heart was hammering. I was smitten with my director, and this was not okay. I had to wait. I would wait until the show was over. I took a deep breath and smiled at Owen.
I think you guys got that one for now, August said. Do you want to go over the one in the back seat of the car?
Sure, I said. I need to work on that one. That statement had been made on autopilot. I really didn't care what we did at the moment. I was only trying to distract myself from the fact that my world was spinning. Chapter 8. Owen and I worked on the car scene for another hour. August gave us tips and advice, but he never came to sit next to me to demonstrate something again. Was it wrong for me to wish he would do that? I wanted to be close to him. I found that I had feelings of longing for August, and this was happening more and more frequently. For the last month, I had been convinced that being patient was the right thing to do, but the temptation had grown so much since then. It had multiplied today. August was a man, and I was a woman, and I decided that I needed to tell him something. I had to say something, even if we didn't act on it until after the show. By the end of the rehearsal, I had begun thinking of ways to tell him I liked him. I was taking the role seriously, but my feelings were too obvious to ignore any longer.
Thank you guys for coming and putting in the hard work,
August said as we were wrapping up.
I can tell you've been working on your time off, and I'm really thankful for both of you. You're both amazing. I'm proud, and you should be proud of yourselves. You're just happy because your girlfriend's picking you up, Owen said. She's not my girlfriend. Yet, August said. And she's not picking me up. She's meeting me here. We're doing the interview here.
What interview? I said, feeling angry, hot-faced and out of the loop.
August has a big interview with Charlotte Fry of WRVS.
The news station? I asked, looking at August, who had neglected to mention an interview. He smiled.
Ryan got us an interview with Charlotte Fry.
August is doing it. I have to go, actually. I love you all. Tori waved as she made the announcement, and we all told her goodbye. I shook my head and looked at August because I had no idea any of this was happening. Why didn't you tell me?
Tell you what?
August asked.
I only knew because I asked him to go out to eat with me after rehearsal, and he said he couldn't because he might have dinner plans with this chick who's interviewing him.
Owen paused and raised his eyebrows provocatively.
I said she mentioned going to dinner after the interview.
He shrugged one shoulder.
I guess she wants to take more notes.
Take more notes? I asked, skeptically.
You know, she's interested in the play. She likes the story. She's going to do the interview with me tonight, but then we'll follow up as it gets closer to the show.
What show? I asked.
Charlotte is doing a whole segment. It'll air in April to promote the play in May. The interview tonight is to get some footage for that. and dinner is just about having more time to ask me questions and put together content." "Sure it is," Owen teased. "She likes you." Owen glanced at me with a smile. "She likes him."
I smiled and pretended that my heart wasn't suddenly caught in a vice. I felt panicked and horrified, and all I did was smile blankly. Owen snapped his fingers in front of my face. "Yeah, this is amazing. I'm so glad you, got an interview. I think that will really help to sell tickets." The statement sounded choppy coming out of my mouth, but there was nothing I could do. What was happening? Was August announcing that he was interested in another woman on the very same night that I had so many feelings for him? It was like a bad dream. I had stared him in the eyes, and I thought it had meant something with the way we gazed at each other. But he was acting, and he thought I was acting too. I felt humiliated and angry, and I instantly went to the job of gathering my things. My face was hot. "I'll walk you to your car, if you're leaving now," Owen said to me. "Yeah, and I'll take you up on that dinner," I said out of anger. "What dinner?" Owen asked. "The one you offered August." "Oh, now, you mean?" "Never mind, actually," I said, feeling out of it and embarrassed. "I forgot I had to get home and do some stuff for work tomorrow. I can't do dinner." This was made up. I never had things to do at home for work. "Hello?" One spunky, happy Charlotte Fry came into the auditorium, and I thought I might actually explode like a bomb. "I hope I'm not interrupting. I ran into Tori out front, and she held the door for me." "No, it's fine. I'm waiting for you. We were just finishing up," August said. He was happy and eager. I could hear it in his voice, and it made me sick to my stomach. "Darren is in the truck with the camera. I didn't know which entrance you wanted him to use." "He can park over in the alley and come in the side, or we can open the front entrance where Tori let you in." "I'll tell him to come in the front, if that's okay. We found a parking spot out there. Can we film on stage?" "Yeah, Bailey said we could. I have access to the lights if we need them." She smiled. "Amazing. Thank you. I'll be right back with Darren." "Leave the door cracked because it'll lock behind you," August warned, hollering at her. She smiled and waved and then turned to head out of the theater. I chose Sasha because I felt terrible about my own actions, and she was as close as I could come to confessing to her brother, August. I had acted carelessly tonight after rehearsals, and I regretted my actions so much I was an emotional wreck by the time I made the call to her. She was a married woman, and I should have thought better about bothering her at that time of night, but I acted on instinct, and just like that, I was sitting on my bedroom floor with my phone to my ear. "Hello?" Sasha said. "Gina?" "Yeah. Hey. It's me. Are you okay?" she asked. "Yes. I'm crying, but it's nothing. It's nothing bad, at least. No one's hurt or in the hospital. I'm just being emotional for a minute, and I didn't know who to call. I needed a quick friend. You and Bailey are both married, and I'm not about to call my mom with this." "With what? What's the matter?" "I know it's 10:30. I'm sorry to call so late." "It's fine. Warren's not even here, actually. He's in the studio." "What's the matter?" "It's just guy trouble. I didn't know there was a guy. At Christmas you said you were staying single." "I was. I am. I am single. I'm just I started to... Okay, let me get my thoughts together. I honestly didn't think you'd be able to talk, so I paused and sighed. "I love you, Sasha." "I love you too, Gigi. What's the matter?" "I kissed Hudson Alper today." "What? Why?" "I don't know," I said, crying at the sound of her surprise. "What happened?" "It all started because I was thinking about this other guy. How messed up is that? I was really starting to like this other guy." "Who?" "A guy from work," I said, lying.
He's a sales rep for an ink company, but I know him through work. The lie grew even bigger because I gave my fake crush the identity of a real guy, Mike, who could fit the description. I certainly couldn't tell Sasha that it was her brother, so I had to come up with a good decoy. Anyway, I was just starting to like this guy. I really like him. I was seeing him in public some, and I thought we had shared a few moments. Looking back, it was one-sided, but I really had good reason to like this guy. I had been praying about it, Sasha. I really felt like God would be happy if I was with this person. I know that's weird, but that's how I felt. Plus, I dreamed about it. I dreamed about him like 10 times lately. I was convinced that I should talk to him. I thought that God was telling me to wait and be patient, and that everything would work out with this one specific guy. And then this other girl comes in and ruins everything. She starts going out with him right under my nose. It happened today, right in front of me. He went from single to taken right there, like a nightmare. I was so hurt and impatient and just hurt and embarrassed that I called Hudson. We met for dinner, and then I let him kiss me when he dropped me off. Ugh. I let out an ashamed groan at the thought of it. Why did I do that? I asked. Because, like you said, Gina, you were hurt and embarrassed and impatient. It's not that big of a deal that you kissed Hudson. There's nothing wrong with him. He's a handsome enough guy. I groaned again. It's that other guy's fault, if you ask me. Why didn't it work out with him? Why did you feel like you had to be patient and wait so long to tell him you liked him? I feel like you let another girl swoop in. I felt overwhelmed, and I spoke through tears as I continued. It's complicated with work. I don't know. I thought I was making the right decision by waiting to talk to him with policies, and now I think I missed my chance. Especially now with the Hudson thing. It was a horrible decision. I don't even like Hudson. I mean, I like him as a person, but not like that. I'm so mad at myself for doing that. Don't be too hard on yourself, Gina. So you kissed one guy. Maybe you were right to be patient. Maybe it's not meant for you to be with that guy at work. What if Colby Klein comes to the show in May? I heard about that. August said there's a chance he's coming all the way from New York to see it. Maybe it's better that you missed out on this guy at work. He's probably not nearly as good as Colby Klein. Yeah, I said, knowing she'd never say that if she knew I was talking about her brother. It was insane that I was in love with August. I had access to him for most of my life, and now that I couldn't have him, I desperately wanted him. I really feel like a terrible person about Hudson, I told Sasha. He brought me to dinner. I offered to pay, but he insisted. Well, did you tell him you're going to see him again? I said I might call him again. I don't even know what I said, really. I was vague. But I did say I would call, I think. Ugh. I got so cringed out just thinking about it. I'm sorry to put this all on you, Sasha. I should probably just take a shower. Maybe that'll make me feel better. You're okay, Sasha said. You're my girl. I'm glad you called me. Don't be so hard on yourself about Hudson. Thank you, I said, since that did actually make me feel slightly better. And you never know when love will come knocking. Mr. Right might be someone you don't even know yet. Just look at August. He goes all his life with no girlfriends, and now called me 30 minutes ago saying he was going to a wedding next weekend with some newscaster. Chapter 9. 2 months later. It was March, and the show was coming along so beautifully that I was beginning to develop excitement about how big it could be. Roughly 1/10 of the available tickets were sold, which already exceeded August's expectations in such a large venue. They expected to double or even triple that once the news story came out in a couple of weeks. NYC was such a good, touching, raw story, and August was a genius with how he had written it and made it come to life. Opening night was 6 weeks away, and we were well on track to make it a great show. Owen and I both had our lines memorized, and at this point we were working on smaller tweaks and blocking.
I had thrown myself into the role during the last 6 weeks. My dad had helped me arrange a lot of downtime at my job, and I was able to rehearse in the office. I poured a ton of my time into becoming Natalie for this production. I loved Natalie and Shep, and I wanted to represent their story well. But more than that, I was doing it for August. He was still talking to the news anchor, but they were taking it slow. I loved August, but my personal feelings were still on hold. I wanted to succeed in my role for his sake and for the sake of the play. I also stuck with working out, which helped in my frustration about August. It felt good to work on something and make progress at something in secret. I was doing it to impress him. I had joined a gym, and I had been going to it 4 times a week for over an hour each time. None of my friends knew a thing about it. I didn't talk about it when I went to rehearsal because I wanted to make more progress before August found out. But I had been going a lot, and I had been working hard while I was there. I joined a small gym that was located near the print shop where I worked. I watched a lot of tutorials about technique, and I had gotten into it. I loved to bench press now, and just about every time I sat down to do it, I thought of that day when August took me to the gym and I ended up in the fetal position on the bench. He had been so sweet, even though that was a hilarious thing for me to do. I was just leaving the gym now, and I was in a hurry. I had run into one of my mom's friends from when I was younger, and she asked me a ton of questions. I was now running late. I normally showered and changed before rehearsal, but today I would have to settle for washing my face and heading straight to rehearsal with no shower. It was normal for me to dress casually for rehearsals, but my face was still flush, and it was obvious that I had been working out. At least I thought it was obvious. I got there and I realized that no one cared. No one even questioned my outfit. I put on an extra swipe of deodorant when I was in my car, and apparently it worked as good as a shower because no one even blinked an eye when I walked in. It was a full rehearsal with everyone in the whole cast. Things were intense with lots of hustling and restarts. We worked for 2 hours before taking a break.
Gina, can I talk to you for a second?
August asked, as we all broke up to take a 5-minute break. It wasn't uncommon for August to ask to speak to someone privately after a scene. Usually, he gave me my notes at the end of the night, but I smiled and went over to him, figuring he had a note for me. August was working so hard on his job and this play that he was barely seeing the newscaster. I knew this because I had overheard Owen asking him about it. I could tell that he was interested in her, though, and that hurt. I honestly thought I could make him happier than she could. My hands were tied, though. Charlotte Fry was involved with a big story that would premiere in a couple of weeks, and August wouldn't put that in jeopardy by blatantly starting to date someone else in the middle of it all. I was patient because I had to be. It was a horrible position to be in because I was more and more attracted to August by the day. He had somehow transformed from the tall, lanky boy next door to the most desirable man I had ever known. His skills had changed, his face and body had changed, and my feelings had definitely changed. I hated that it seemed his feelings had too. Used to. I looked at him as a friend. Now I looked at him and I got weak in the knees. I could pick up a slight hint of his scent as I approached and stood close. I did my best to ignore it, but it was just another thing that I now found irresistible about him. He always smelled so nice.
There's no politically correct way to say this, but I've been friends with you long enough that I hope you'll forgive me if I say that I notice a physique change.
You notice a what?
A change in your physique? I see muscles,
he added, flexing a little and explaining what he meant. Oh, you see muscles on me?
Yes,
he said, smiling. Good. There are new ones. Or maybe the same ones, just bigger. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I think about you every time I work out because I'm horrified about how I curled up that day when I bench pressed. I know you're supposed to plant your feet now.
No, There's a press people do where you pick your feet up, but whoa, back up. Are you still working out? Lifting weights?
Yes, I said. He gave me a look of surprise.
Benching?
Yes.
You go to the gym and bench press?
Yes, and I'm getting better. I hit 95 for 3 yesterday.
You bench press 95 pounds?
August asked. Blinking in disbelief, I nodded. I wouldn't try it on my own, but I had somebody standing behind me. I usually work out with 75.
That's amazing, Gina. You didn't tell me you continue to work out. Are you doing it at Ricky Tanner's?
No, I joined a little place by my work. I smiled at him, but I like it a lot. I'm thankful you got me into it, and I'm really relieved to hear that I wasn't a total doofus that day when I lifted my legs up.
How embarrassing. It's not embarrassing at all, he said seriously, and I'm proud of you for sticking with it. It's good for you, you know. Keeps you young.
I know. I've been feeling kind of stressed, and it really helps with that, too.
Again? Why are you stressed? Not about the play, huh?
No, not that. I mean, I'm overwhelmed with the role in a good way. The role is definitely something that would cause me to benefit from a physical release. I have other things, too.
Oh, yeah? What are these other things?
He gave me a half-smile that was completely irresistible as he cocked his head at me. I was about to tell him I loved him. I was about to say that all my stress was caused by the charade I've been putting on for the last 3 months. His eyes were locked with mine, and I began thinking of a way to tell him that we should be together.
I have something exciting to tell you, he said.
Really? I love exciting things, I said, daydreaming that he would tell me he had feelings for me.
You do?
He asked, laughing a little at my excitement.
Well, you're going to really love this. This is basically a dream come true for you.
You're taking me on a date?
Yeah,
he said, chuckling like it was a joke.
But it is a date, and it's someone way better than me. You're not going to believe it.
Believe what?
Colby Klein wants to go out with you.
What? How? You're joking.
I'm actually not. Abe wasn't sure if we should tell you because he thought you might get nervous, but Colby is interested in you. He saw the scene with you and Anthony. He's coming to town for opening night and he wants to take you out.
What? How?
Abe sent him some of that video from rehearsal last night and Colby said he was coming to the show and that he wanted to take you out afterward. Colby Klein is not only coming to our show, he's trying to talk to you afterward, Gina.
August basically made the same statement twice, smiling brightly at me like this was such good news. All that smile did was tick me right off. How could he be happy? How could he not be jealous? I wanted him to be enraged, and he was just standing there smiling. Who said I would want to go out with Colby Klein? August tilted his head at me and grinned a little, like he thought I was surely joking.
Isn't it amazing?
He asked, assuming my statement was sarcasm.
He's coming opening night. Abe said he's already made travel plans.
I paused for a few long seconds and then I gave him a little forced smile. I'm happy for you, August.
Me? What? I'm happy for you. I'm glad he's coming to the show and everything, but the news was more about you. He's your favorite.
I gave a little shrug. I don't really care. I haven't even watched any of his stuff recently.
You're hilarious,
he said, taking me into his arms and hugging me.
You're an amazing actress, Gina. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were serious right now. You actually sound like you don't care.
He squeezed me once more before pulling back and letting me go casually.
I told you that scene with you and Anthony was amazing yesterday.
He was talking about the scene where my character and the guy who plays her Uncle Tommy had the heart-to-heart, the one when Tommy told Natalie he knew she could speak and she broke down. I had been working hard on it. I felt like I still had some things to work out, but I did feel good about it yesterday. I knew Abe was there filming, but I couldn't believe he sent it to Colby Klein. Are you lying?
I asked, thinking about how unlikely this news was. See, I knew you were going to freak out once it sank in. No, I don't really care who sees it, I said. I'm trying to put on the best show I can regardless of who's in the audience. How about the date then? Abe literally told me he wanted to take you out. I might not feel like going out on opening night. It's the start of a long weekend for me. Okay, August said, smiling. I could tell he still thought I was joking, but he didn't stay on the subject. There's other stuff, too, he added, whispering. And this stuff is more of a secret. Make it casual, but stay after rehearsal and talk to me. I nodded seriously, letting him know I was up for the challenge.
Chapter 10. August had told me he wanted to see me after rehearsal. I knew he wasn't going to take me aside and confess his love, but I still imagined it happening. It was highly unlikely that he would do that, but I held on to hope that there was a chance. Even if it was 1 in a million, there was still a chance. He had hugged me when he told me about Colby, and it felt like that hug led him to ask to see me after rehearsal. I wasn't getting my hopes up, though. I knew it was a possibility that I was making too much of it. I figured out I was right about that. It seemed I wasn't the only one who had been told to stay. I found myself hesitating with Owen, both of us waiting while other people talked to August.
I'm waiting to talk to the director, Owen said, staring at me.
Me too, I said. Did he ask you to stay? He nodded.
He said for me to wait until everyone else left, so you should go first.
Fine, but he told me to wait until everyone else left too, I said, joking. Finally, the last person headed out. Everyone else, including Tori, had already gone home. We're both waiting to talk to you, I said to August as soon as Sophia walked away.
Thank you for staying. I want to talk to you both, he said, speaking quietly and looking around as if to make sure that no one was around.
What's going on? I asked. August smiled and motioned for me to come closer, and I gladly obeyed, leaning in. He cupped his hand to his mouth, and I put my ear there so he could whisper in it. Owen was a few feet away, and I could see him in my periphery, staring at us curiously.
I don't know why I'm whispering right now. I'm going to have to repeat all of this to Owen anyway. I just can't risk being overheard.
I went a little off balance as he whispered because his breath was warm and amazing on my ear, and I had been aching to exchange any sort of physical touch with him.
I cannot believe you're benching 95, he whispered,
pulling back and staring at me in disbelief. He was being playful, and I gazed at his full lips as he smiled. I laughed, responding to his statement even though I wanted to melt, to collapse into his arms.
She's what?
Owen said, overhearing us as he came closer.
She bench pressed 95 pounds for 3. Whoa, when did you do that?
Owen asked. At the gym earlier today, I said. I was still near August, and I put my hand on his forearm. It meant nothing to him. As theater friends, we made light physical contact with each other all the time. The thing was that now it meant something to me. My hand felt hot and electric, and the pit of my stomach was warm and gooey. I wanted to lean into him more. My feelings had been simmering for 3 months, and the whispering in my ear made me feel like things were reaching a boiling point. I knew he had been talking to the newscaster, and it was driving me mad to sit back and not say anything, especially in moments like these when I felt close to him.
Is that what the whispering was about? Working out?
Owen looked at us with a confused expression.
No, I was just messing around, but I really do have something to tell you. That's why I kept you here.
He paused and looked around suspiciously, which made Owen and I do the same thing.
We seriously can't have anyone know about this if we're going to pull it off.
Pull what off? I said, staring at him.
Shep came to me asking if we could put one more surprise in the mix. He's already proposed to Natalie and everything, obviously, but he came to me saying that he wanted to surprise her with something else. What else do you surprise a person with besides an engagement ring?
Owen asked.
The wedding, August said. He wants to book a couple hundred seats at our last performance and invite all of their friends and family. Then at the end, after the last scene, when we show you guys on stage, watching the play, we'll change that last scene to Shep and Natalie's actual wedding.
Does she want that? I asked.
If it goes as planned, she won't know until that night. She wants to marry him. They're getting married in December. He would just be moving it up.
By 7 months, I said. August shrugged.
Shep said she would love it.
I shrugged. Do you know how to write it in without it coming across as being just a wedding tacked on to the end of the play?
It is just a wedding tacked on to the end of a play. But that's the whole point. The play is the story of their life, and then the wedding happens at the end, and they ride off into the sunset.
It's good. I guess you'll just figure out a way to tie it in. Also, I'm just thinking about Natalie and hoping she wants it.
Shep says she does, and I believe him,
August said.
And it's fine. If Colby Klein came over here and asked you to marry him, I'm sure you would say yes and have the ceremony the same day.
There is absolutely no way I would do that, I said seriously.
I think it'll be cool, and I know you'll figure out a way to make it make sense, Owen said. Just tell me what I need to do so I can prepare. For now, you just need to pretend you never heard this. Seriously, that's the biggest thing. He wants to make it a real surprise. She can't find out. Isn't she going to know when all of her family is at the show?
Owen asked.
Maybe she will know, August said. But who cares by then? Obviously, we'll do whatever we need to do,
Owen said. August nodded.
Be really quiet about this for now. I don't want to even tell the cast. I wanted to tell you guys because it will affect you the most. You'll have to learn a few new lines to pull it off. I'm in, Owen said. And mum's the word.
Same with me, I added. I'll do whatever you need and I won't tell a soul.
Just don't tell your girlfriend, Owen said, smirking at August. She'll put it in her little news story. I would never even think of mentioning that to Charlotte, August said, smiling. At this point, I'm just trying to brainstorm ideas and keep it straight in my own head.
Oh, is she your girlfriend now? I asked.
You heard that? He didn't correct me when I said it, Owen said. She must be. She's not my girlfriend, August said. Have you kissed her? Owen asked.
I don't want to know that, I said, when the thought of a positive answer made me feel ill. Owen stared at me.
Why don't you want to know?
Because there's a lady present, I said, waving my hands as if there was some unwritten lady rule they weren't following. They glanced at each other with a shared, clueless expression before shrugging it off. Is that all? Is that it? The part about the possible wedding thrown into the last show? I didn't mean to seem in a hurry or perturbed, but I did not care to hear about August making out with Charlotte Fry, and my tone reflected my feelings about it. I smiled, trying to hide my frustration. I got stopped in the gym, so I had to come straight here without a shower. Sorry, but I'm nasty and ready to get home.
Thank you for staying, Gina. And thank you for all your hard work. You're doing amazing. Good job working out.
He patted my shoulder.
Good job all around.
Thank you, I said. My blood was pumping. My heart was beating fast. I hadn't anticipated reacting to him the way I did, and it scared me that my feelings were almost obvious to both of them. I went home and tortured myself by looking up Charlotte Fry. I had done it before, so my Instagram recommended her to me the instant I typed the letter C. There was a picture of August on her feed. It was at that wedding they went to, and it was the only picture I had seen from that night. He was wearing a tux, and it honestly tortured me how handsome and wonderful he was, and what an idiot I was for not seeing it before. I had seen the good parts of his innermost being. I knew he was a smart, sweet, funny guy. I just didn't think I was attracted to him. I felt tortured by my own regret now that my perspective had changed and I recognized just how desirable he was. I tried to concentrate on other things. I was feeling mixed emotions when I left Owen in August after rehearsal. It had been a good rehearsal and I had gotten great news about Colby. I should have been walking on clouds, and instead all I could think about was the fact that August didn't deny Charlotte Fry being his girlfriend. I asked God why he would give me such strong feelings for someone who was not available to me. It was torture to think that I had a chance with him for a huge chunk of my life, and I had blown it. Colby. I needed to focus on Colby. That evening, I went online and bought the stage version of Moulin Rouge. I had seen it on YouTube, but tonight I bought the official version. Colby was amazing. He was outstanding. He gave a swoon-worthy performance where he recited every line, sang every note, and danced like Fred Astaire. And it still didn't work. I watched the entire musical that night, and still I kept thinking of August the whole time. I thought about the way he smiled at me when he gave me the news about Colby. He was genuinely excited for me, and I ached for him to be jealous and angry. I would show him. I would kill it during this performance as Natalie. I would meet Colby Klein, and I would impress him, and then I would blatantly choose August. My mind was made up. I would focus on knocking this role out of the park, impressing Colby, and ultimately winning August. That was my plan, and I thought it was a good one. Chapter 11. August Faulkner. 3 weeks later. It was now April, and there was less than a month until opening day of the show. The whole thing was bigger than August now. He was working with the Memphis Players. They had people on staff who were taking care of things that were more specialized than August was prepared for at this time. He had been around the theater for a long time, but it was different when you were an actor who didn't have to deal with directing or show logistics. For the last 6 months, he had been doing the work of 3 people, plus real estate. He was working hard at his other job while learning and applying elements of writing, directing, and theater he never even knew existed. August got 7 hours of sleep every night, and all of the other hours in his day were accounted for. He was as productive as possible. He never slowed down. If he wasn't sleeping or doing real estate, he was working on the play. The play was beyond him by this point. The whole thing had gotten so big that it was more monumental than anything he could do on his own. The Players had been taking care of ticketing, and they gave him regular updates on sales. They had already sold nearly a quarter of the available tickets, and the segment August had been working on with Charlotte Fry and the news station hadn't even aired yet. In fact, that would happen today, in just a little while. Within an hour, August would be live in the studio to respond to the piece and answer Charlotte's questions on the air. It was the single most important piece of advertising they would do for the whole production, and August was feeling the pressure. But he was rolling with it, trusting that everything was in God's hands, even the things that felt too big, especially the things that were too big. August didn't know what to expect after today's news story. He had daydreamed, of course, that the whole show would sell out, but he knew he wouldn't be disappointed if that didn't happen. In fact, it was already monumental enough. A quarter of the Blackbird was a good audience, and it was enough for them to break even, paying the venue and staff. Anything above what they'd already done was extra and unexpected. August told himself that in spite of wishing that today would be a giant success, he would go to the television station and he would do his best. That was all he could do. He reminded himself of that as he stared in the mirror. He got a text as he was standing there, and he looked down to see Gina's name on his phone. He smiled and picked it up, opening the text to read it. Gina, thinking about you. Break a leg today. He texted her back. August, thank you. I'm flexing in the mirror as we speak. He heard back from her with a few emojis. There was a flexing arm with clapping hands and a heart. August was smiling at his phone when another text rolled in. Gina, you've got this. You're amazing. They're the lucky ones. I'm so proud of you. August, thank you. You're killing it on this show. Gina, do you mind if I talk to you in person sometime? August, is everything okay? Gina, yes, all good. It's not about the play. August picked up his phone and called his friend. He could tell that something was different with her lately. He thought she was channeling her character, but this text made him worry about her state of mind. Gina picked up on the first ring. You're so funny calling me.
Don't text me stuff that makes me worry and expect me not to.
What time are you heading to the studio? She asked. He glanced at the clock.
I'm leaving here in a few minutes. I'll be there early, but it's better than trying to rush.
Is it at the station over by Fairlane High School?
Yes,
he said.
The one where we went for that morning show. Remember that? You were playing Rapunzel.
Yeah, I remember. Hey, do you remember that park over there on Ryan Street? Can you meet me over there for a minute?
When? Right now?
Yeah, if that's okay. It's right by the TV studio, so I thought it would just take a minute of your time.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yes.
Are you still good with your part?
He asked, after a long pause. Yes, it's not about the play.
Okay. Yeah. I'm out the door right now, so I'll probably be there in 15 minutes. Charlotte told me to be early, but I still have time to spare.
Oh, right. Thank you. Thank you, August. I'll see you at that park in just a little bit. August hung up with Gina and went straight to the task of gathering his things and leaving his house. It was another surprise in his already crazy schedule, but August had gotten accustomed to handling just about anything lately, and he liked the challenge of it all. His life was busy and hectic, and he would be sad and miss it when it was all over. He was made to be a mover and a shaker. He would use this experience to fuel new adventures in the future. It was 20 minutes later when he pulled up at the small park Gina had mentioned. He hadn't been there in a few years. August would have no more than a few minutes to spare before he needed to leave for the news station. He hoped he could help Gina out in a short amount of time. He saw her car at the park when he arrived. It was a small, shady park that consisted of a walking path that encircled a wooded playground and yard. There were a couple of people on the path, but the whole park felt mostly abandoned, so August easily spotted Gina. She saw him walking toward her, and she got to her feet. She was wearing a cute little dress. It was the first warm day of spring, and he realized he hadn't seen people's skin in a while. Maybe it was just Gina who had him noticing skin. She always had gorgeous legs. He didn't let himself look at them. He concentrated on her face as he headed toward her. Just like that, she turned and began walking away from him. She headed toward a playground structure that was in the center of them all. August lost sight of her, and he smiled absent-mindedly as he went after her.
What is she doing?
He asked himself, looking down at the mulch as he walked.
Gina?
He added, calling quietly for her. Hey, she said. He turned, and there she was, standing just on the other side of a tall piece of playground equipment. This was an older established park, and there were mature trees all around. She was tucked away in a little nook, and he approached her slowly. She was so gorgeous. She looked like a magical fairy in these woods.
What are you doing?
August asked, looking at her. I'm just playing. I thought you'd want to slide or swing or something.
This isn't the slide, he said.
Yeah, but there is a slide right over there. He gave her an appraising stare.
Why are you being weird?
I think I love you, August. His gut clenched at the words. Those types of sentiments were exchanged with theater friends, and he had conditioned himself to never take Gina seriously when she said something like that.
I love you too,
he said easily, smiling and stepping into the little shaded cove where she was standing. Hold up. I'm saying it for real, right now, and I get it that you don't believe me. I don't blame you. What I'm trying to tell you is that I actually have feelings for you, real feelings. I know I've blown it for years. I've been knowing it for a while and feeling stuff for you this whole time we've been doing rehearsals, and I was trying to not make it about me, but I can't. I'm not being true to myself. I'm having a hard time because I need to tell you. I feel for you in ways that are different than anything I've felt before. She paused and took a deep breath, staring in his general direction but not directly at him. I feel so weird saying this to you, but I can't not say it anymore. I find myself wanting you so much, August. Gina was timid and breathless, and August's blood was absolutely boiling. Raw emotion welled inside of him. He felt like he might actually burst into flames. He wondered if it was possible for a human to spontaneously combust. He took a measured breath and remained cool because he was a good actor. He had been in situations like this before, not quite this intense, but he had found himself in situations where he felt like he wanted to take Gina Andrews into his arms and never ever let her go again. She was and had always been his greatest temptation. He remembered longing for her for years-long stretches of time. He was accustomed to turning off feelings for Gina, and it was for this reason that he assumed that he was hearing her wrong. I know you're seeing someone, she continued, still looking down and still speaking quickly. I don't want you to say anything right now because I know you've been seeing that woman on the news. I know you're going over there now, and I'm sorry I don't want to mess your interview up or make this about me. I'm sorry if this timing is bad. I tried to tell myself that not telling you was the right thing to do. I did that for months, but I just don't want to do it anymore. I couldn't hold it in. She buried her face in her hands and let out a long, breathy sigh. I'm sorry, August. He reached out and put his hand on her shoulder, and she leaned in and hugged him. She fell into his arms and latched onto him, and August held on to her, feeling like none of this was real. He had been around the theater long enough to know how emotional things could get. There were tears at the end of almost every show. He had never known Gina to say anything like this, but she had been reaching new depths with her acting during this show.
I know you've been introspective lately with your role,
he said. I'm not introspective about that, she said. It's you. That's what I came here to tell you. I'm sorry that you aren't taking me seriously. I know that's my fault. I don't even know if you ever would still be interested in me, but I felt like I needed to say I feel that way about you. I don't expect anything from you, and I definitely don't expect anything to happen until after the show, but... She trailed off, but then sighed and continued. I just want you to think about it, August. That's all I ask. Think about if you could see a future with me. He smiled and took a hold of her again. He hugged her tightly. I don't even know what you're thinking, but I know we need to wait until after the show either way, she assured him. He could smell her. She smelled like clean laundry mixed with fruit and flowers. It was a familiar scent, something she had worn for a long time.
Colby's coming,
he said, knowing she had a crush on this man for years.
He's coming here for you.
Is that what it's going to take? Do you want me to wait until after Colby comes here to tell you this stuff? I know he's coming and I don't care, but I'll wait and just say it again after I meet him. I just want you to know I'm serious. I've been thinking about it for months.
You've been thinking about me for months?
he asked, blinking as he stared down at her. Yes, and I don't want or expect anything from you right now. I know it's bad timing, but it kept being bad timing, and then I finally was just like, to heck with timing, you know? She tucked her head and held onto him, wrapping her arms around his midsection securely in a comfortable way like she had never done before. I'm letting you know where I stand. We're going to do this show, and we're going to knock it out of the park. You think about your interview. Then we'll think about the show. We can concentrate on all that stuff. And I'll still be saying all this same stuff when it's done. I knew the newscaster and Colby were going to be in your mind. That's why I don't want you to say anything now. Gina let go of him, stepping back and glancing up to look at his face. She touched his cheek. She had tears in her eyes, and his whole body felt like it was molten, hot lava. In a flash, he started putting pieces together. She had been looking at him lately. She had been acting differently, and maybe it was because she had feelings for him. He looked around himself in that shaded cove, tucked away between a tree and playground equipment. No one was there. No one was in sight. No one would ever believe that Gina Andrews was standing there, telling August these things. Chapter 12. August Faulkner. It was like a dream. They were at a park they had been to before, but never had they been there alone, and never ever had Gina said these kinds of words to him. They were close friends. They had shared moments of intimate conversation during different times, like long car rides. August thought he knew Gina. He thought he could chalk up her recent changes to the role and the self-discovery that led him to cast her as Natalie. But there she was, in his arms, holding him and telling him she had feelings. "Thank you for not rejecting me," she said. "I mean, I know you might ultimately reject me, and that's okay. Well, I don't want you to, but what I'm saying is thank you for not rejecting me today. Thank you for letting me be here and hug you and tell you these things." She had been holding on to him, and now she pulled back, blinking at him with her sparkling blue eyes full of tears. August could hardly believe any of this was real. He was in the process of fighting tooth and nail to make a dream come true, and it seemed impossible that this dream he wanted for so long was suddenly being handed to him in the midst of it all. "You're shaking," he said. "Because I'm nervous." "You never get nervous." "I never do stuff like this." "I know," he said, dazedly. "I know you need time to sort this all out. I don't expect anything from you. I just wanted you to know where I stand and that I don't care at all about Colby coming here." August had to work to keep a nervous grin from covering his face. He was pumped. He felt like he could just fix his chest toward the sky and take off like a rocket. "I get it that you find it hard to believe," she said, "and I would stand here and try to convince you that I'm serious, but I know you have to go right now." "Charlotte." "The interview, yes," she said. He could tell she was jealous. It caused some sort of feelings to happen inside of August. Some jealous, protective feelings of his own. What was she doing to him? This woman had the power to say a few words and have him reconsider his whole life. He wanted to do the interview and then immediately call off whatever he had going with Charlotte. He wanted to tell Gina to wait right here, that he would be right back and they could kiss passionately in just a few minutes. He just really wanted to kiss her right then. He knew he was breaking things off with Charlotte. Even the hope of having Gina was enough to show him that he didn't have the right type of affection for Charlotte. But he still didn't get his hopes up. Deep down he knew that Colby would be here, and it was likely that Gina's feelings would change then. August had read the text between Abe and Colby. He knew Colby was interested in Gina as more than an actress. August felt enraged at the thought of it, but he was patient by now. And he didn't let any of that show. He had a lot to think about at the moment, and this interaction with Gina was something he would have to bottle up and put on the back burner. He would have to dissect his feelings and his response to all this. "I know you have to go," she said. "I'm jealous of that girl, but I'm happy for you and I want things to go great. I know you're going to be amazing."
"You're jealous?"
he asked, drawing a smile from her, which was beautiful. Gina had imperfect teeth in the best way possible. Her smile was way more gorgeous this way than if her teeth had been perfectly lined up. Her smile was the best thing about her. No, maybe it was her eyes. Maybe it was her voice, actually. August always got chills when Gina sang. There was something about her tone and her range. It was the combination of the two. It produced a physical reaction in August. Goosebumps and chills all over his arms every time. She was staring at him like she was completely serious about all of this, and he wondered how he ended up there.
"Would you run off and marry me if I asked you?"
He asked her before he could think twice about it. "Right this second?" "Yes, I would. I would honestly do it." His smile fell because he could see that she meant it.
"You look serious."
"I am, August. I would marry you today. I know you can't believe me now. I know your feelings haven't caught up to mine. I can see that you don't fully believe me, but I'm serious. I've taken the last few months to figure it out. And I love you." Gina did not hesitate when she said it, and August experienced a physical reaction, a pang in his chest. She seemed like she truly meant the words she was saying. "I know it's a lot, but I will say the same thing again to you in May after Colby and Charlotte are gone and forgotten, back in their little holes." He grinned at her playfulness. He stared at her face.
"Is any of this even real?"
he asked, dazedly. And she did it. 1 minute, she was just standing there in front of him, not kissing him at all. And the next, her mouth was ever so gloriously touching his. It was earth-shattering. His earth shattered. Her lips met his, and she opened her mouth to him, taking his lip into her mouth. She held it for a long second and then groaned reluctantly as she let him go. "Oh gosh," she said, pulling back. "I'm so sorry. My heart is pounding. I just have been thinking about doing that for months, and it was so, really, it was as good as I knew it would be. But I'm not going to do it again. Goodness. I'm so sorry. I know you're talking to another girl. I just wanted to let you know I was serious." She stared at him, unblinking. "I like you so much, August. I'm telling you now, and I'll tell you again once the show's over." August drove to the television studio moments later, and he was in an absolute trance. He tried to organize his thoughts, but it was impossible. Gina had looked into his eyes and said she loved him. It seemed honest and natural, but she had never said anything like that before, and he was not expecting that when he pulled up at the park. Playing Natalie was turning out to be intense for Gina. He had seen the strides she had made in her acting with this role, and he thought her mind was wholly focused on that. He had expected her to talk about the show, and now all he could remember was the part when her mouth found his. Oh. He physically leaned forward at the bodily sensation that happened at the memory of that kiss. He wondered how many other people in the world had gotten their world turned upside down so suddenly by a woman. He wondered if anyone had ever felt the way he did right then. Dazedly, as if operating outside his own body, August drove to the television station. But he had felt the warm silkiness of the inside of Gina's mouth, and he would never be the same. He replayed the memory of it several times as he made his way over to the studio. Shep and Natalie were meeting him there for the interview, and he could see Shep's car parked outside when he arrived. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror, making sure there were no clues as to what had just happened. His smile was the only evidence, and he could pass that off as excitement about the segment. August was about to do the biggest, most important piece of advertisement that would be associated with this show. He had been working for months, and he felt like it all boiled down to this, and he honestly didn't care. The news show seemed inconsequential compared to what had just happened. August did not dare to hope that these feelings of Gina's could hold out past the temptation of getting to know Colby Klein. But he had hope in that kiss. There was no mistaking it. She kissed him like she desired him. He could see her desire, feel it. The thought of it had August wanting to rip something in two with his bare hands. What kind of sick joke was this that she was pouring her heart out to him, out of nowhere, right after he heard from Abe about Colby Klein? 3 weeks from now, the golden boy of Broadway would be sitting in the audience watching Gina perform. He already said he wanted to take her out on a date, and August didn't even think twice about it when he first heard it. Romantic possibilities with Gina were the furthest thing from his mind back then. But if somehow it worked out, where she was able to withstand the temptation and she still wanted to be with him, August would clearly not deny her. He was suddenly desperate for that to happen. He knew what a star Gina was. He knew there would be backlash from what a knockout performance she would perform during the show. He knew Colby would fall in love. August was fully aware of what he was up against. But based on the events of the last 10 minutes, there was still hope. He had a permanent smile because of it. August spoke with the receptionist at the news station, and she showed him to the holding room, where he saw Shep and Natalie. They had all coordinated outfits in black, white, or burgundy to go with the dress Charlotte was wearing. "You look handsome and happy," was the first thing Natalie said to him. He hugged them both.
"Charlotte was just in here," Shep said. "She was asking about you, wondering when you were getting here." "I'm on time," August said.
"Oh, yeah, no, she was just asking about you," Natalie said. She shrugged. She seemed personally interested. Not so much for the show.
"Yeah, she wanted us to tell you to text her when you got here,"
Shep said with a mischievous grin. August just nodded absent-mindedly because he was thinking about other things and hadn't fully understood what they were saying. "How are you feeling about the interview?" Natalie asked him.
"I'm good. We're each getting 2 questions. Did you guys get the email?"
Shep nodded.
"Yeah, we already practiced what we were going to say, and Charlotte said she'll help us out."
"She seems like a pro," Natalie said. "I don't watch the news, so I haven't seen her, but this all seems really official."
"It is official," Shep said. "It's the biggest news channel in Memphis. Charlotte said the segment is going to air on the 6 o'clock news also. What if the show sells out?"
August glanced at Shep when he said that.
"It would be cool, and I'm thankful to Charlotte for all her work on this piece." "But what?" Shep said, knowing August well enough to know there was a but coming. August let out a long, thoughtful sigh. "Nothing."
"She definitely wants you to call her when you get here," Shep said. "She mentioned that twice."
"Yeah,"
August agreed, feeling annoyed. He started to tell Shep and Natalie that he wasn't interested in Charlotte. He even thought about bringing up Colby, but then he told himself to calm down. They needed to focus on the task at hand. He had to remind himself that if he hadn't had that conversation with Gina, he would have been fully present, ready and eager to reach out to Charlotte in this moment. August took a deep breath and put the kiss and the whole thing aside while he went to work. He sent a text, and Charlotte came back into the holding room within a minute. She was beautiful and well put together, and they had built a slightly more than working relationship during the last few weeks. They had no commitments to each other, but he had kissed her a few times, and he knew she was interested in him. She had mentioned to him that they would be casual until after the show aired. That was today. Today was the marker. There was a chance that Charlotte would assume some sort of pace would pick up on their relationship after today, and there was just no way August could let that happen, not with the slightest chance he might end up with Gina. They went over the questions with Charlotte and one of the producers. The entire segment would run for 7 minutes with the in-studio interview happening during the last 3 minutes. August focused and performed well for the sake of the show, but his heart was somewhere else. He had to work very hard to keep his mind present when his heart was wandering. "Great job, everybody," Charlotte said, praising them once the cameras were off and they cut to commercial. The producer came up and said what a good segment it had been. They thanked her profusely, and she ushered them out of the newsroom. Charlotte walked with August, hesitating and staying near him.
"Thank you for everything," he said. "This whole experience has been amazing. I really do appreciate all of your hard work."
"Are you picking me up at my place, or did you want to meet? I should give you my address."
Oh, yes, tonight. I knew you mentioned doing something to celebrate."
"Yeah, remember I was saying I would buy you dinner tonight."
"I should be buying you dinner,"
August said, being nice. "Just so long as we're eating together," she said. They were still in the newsroom, and she was already flipping switches, turning into someone who was less professional and more flirty. August straightened his tie and cleared his throat.
Thank you so much. I'll message you in a little while to figure something out."
Charlotte hugged all 3 of them and thanked them for a great segment. And just like that, she walked away, headed down the hall while they found the door. Chapter 13. August Faulkner. 2 weeks later. 10 days. 10 days until showtime. It was 11 o'clock at night after a long rehearsal. He was delirious and tired and had no sense of time, but opening night was 10 short days away. August hardly had time to eat breakfast or tie his own shoes. There was so much to do. They would move in this week, and preparing for that added to an already absurd workload. 9 of Natalie's pieces would be on display in the lobby of the Blackbird. There was a 10th piece that was in the play. It was the one she painted of their whimsical breakfast, and that painting was in 2 scenes. It was a lot to juggle, a lot to handle. Directing a show was a gigantic undertaking, and August was so much more than a director on this one. It was insane. August might have actually gone insane if he didn't go to God on a regular basis. He had prayed more in the last 6 months than he had in his whole life. He knew God was carrying him through this whole thing. He still had some doubts and fears about the show and the way it would be received, but in general he had a positive attitude. He felt in his heart that the good things that were happening in his life were a direct result of how much he gave himself over to God. He did a lot of praying tonight, and it was for Owen's understudy. They had just finished an intense rehearsal in the high school auditorium, and August had been stressed the whole night because Christopher wasn't as prepared as he hoped he would be. Owen had a family emergency and his understudy had to perform the whole run-through. He did okay. It wasn't terrible, but it was enough to have August peering through his fingers for some of the scenes. August was watching from the audience, and he did his best not to sweat the small stuff. He smiled past Gina as he went up and stood in front of them all at the end of the night. He talked to her, obviously, but the 2 of them had kept it entirely professional, and that meant avoiding eye contact. He stared at the cast. They had worked so hard, and even though the rehearsal tonight had been slightly stressful, he was proud of them.
"All right, guys, tomorrow and the next day we have 2 much-needed days off, and then we're straight on through to show week, moving in and then the show." The cast whooped and hollered. "I know it was a lot to ask of you, but rest well and save yourself for the show next week. Live in your roles. Put yourself in rest mode physically. Take care of your body, but in your mind, I want you to stay in your character during these next 2 days. This is it. This is the home stretch. Stay focused. Be the show. Keep yourself centered in your character. Use excellence. Pray for strength, okay? You guys were seriously amazing tonight, and I'm so proud of you. Gina, you are better each night, and Christopher, that was a lot to ask of you tonight, so thank you for that. You killed it. You rose to the challenge."
August had said it in such a way that everyone cheered for Christopher, who smiled and waved gratefully.
Okay, I know some of you want to talk to Tori or myself with questions before we leave. But are there any questions that pertain to the whole group?
August paused and scanned the group before continuing. He briefly looked at Gina, but he had to treat her like everyone else, so he didn't lock eyes with her even though he wanted to. He tried to treat her like the other cast members, but it was difficult. He had broken it off with Charlotte as diplomatically as possible. He met her briefly that first night, but she got the picture. She was beautiful and desirable, and she was way too proud to beg. She took the hint when August showed the slightest bit of disinterest. They hadn't established any sort of relationship anyway, so that was easy. The hard part was waiting to see how things would play out with Gina. He honestly didn't think that she was lying to him about her feelings. He just thought maybe she didn't know what her own feelings were. This whole play was emotional. Natalie's story was gripping, and Gina was valid in being more in touch with that side of herself in this time while she was immersed in playing Natalie. August wanted Gina, though. There was no mistaking that, and he was sure of it enough to end things with Charlotte. But he would play it cool and be a good director. He would finish the job of directing this play. This meant he made very little eye contact with her at rehearsals. He reminded himself of this again as he stood in front of the cast, giving them notes.
You guys may have seen that Abe was here for most of the rehearsal tonight. He's got some ticket updates for us, and he wanted to talk to you guys for a minute.
Abe was accustomed to standing up and addressing a cast, so he stood up with a smile and situated himself next to August.
The ticket sales are going amazing, guys. I talked to Jessica before I came tonight, and she said you guys have exceeded the expectations of what anyone thought would come from a grassroots piece like this.
He paused with a smile because the whole cast erupted in a chorus of cheers.
I, for one, am so pumped about this show. I know how much hard work you've been putting into it, and I really am proud of you guys and happy that we could be a part of it with you. That being said, I have exciting news that will be a game changer for this production.
Abe was here for most of this rehearsal, and August hadn't heard anything from him about a game changer. He looked at Abe curiously, and Abe gave him a playful grin before addressing the cast again.
Some of you might already know that Colby Klein is a friend of mine.
He paused because there were a few yells of excitement from the cast.
I was texting with him tonight, and I sent a few shots I took of you guys on stage.
They yelled again, but Abe kept talking.
It's way more exciting than that. Colby has been a little bit infatuated with this play ever since I first showed him a video of Gina performing that scene with Anthony. Some of you already know this, but he is coming to opening night.
They yelled again, and Abe held up his hand to get them to stop so he could finish.
Colby is about to make a post on his social media page. He has 2 million followers, and I'm telling you right now, this post is going to change things for your play. He sent it to me, and I am going to read it to you now.
Abe stopped talking and made a big show of taking his phone out of his pocket and pressing buttons until he got to the appropriate screen. August could do nothing but stand there and wait to hear what he would say. Abe cleared his throat and smiled.
Colby sent me this. He's got a picture of Gina here, one that was on her feed, and he says in the caption, and I quote, "My woman crushed Wednesday. I think I'm in love. This is Gina Andrews, the best thing to come out of Tennessee since Dolly. I'm going to Memphis to see her live on stage. Tickets at link in bio." End quote.
Abe stared at all of them with wide eyes when he finished reading the statement. They cheered. August smiled even though his head was about to explode. It was difficult to keep his emotions under control. He should feel happiness and excitement in this moment. "I'm on his Insta, and I don't see that post on CK's page," someone called out from the group.
"He didn't post it yet," Abe said. "He's waiting on the go-ahead from us. I sent him some pictures of you guys rehearsing tonight, and apparently he was impressed."
Abe raised his eyebrows a few times, looking straight at Gina, which caused everyone to whoop and yell. Never before had August been so wound up on the inside while showing nothing on the outside. He just smiled and let them all react while his temper flared inwardly. He felt like he was going to puke. He felt like he wanted to fight Abe, pummel him to the floor. What was he doing, spewing off this kind of news to the whole cast? Abe put his hand on August's shoulder and glanced at him like a proud father would. It was so backward compared to what August was feeling on the inside. He wanted to violently shrug Abe's hand off of his shoulder. "I'm not trying to make any predictions, but I wouldn't be surprised if your show sells out after this post," Abe said, smiling proudly. The cast went even crazier when Abe said that. August should be celebrating. He should be excited. This should be the best news ever. It was wrong of him to be angry in that moment, and he knew it, but he just couldn't stop himself. He wanted Gina more than he wanted the success of the show. He wanted to tell Abe not to let Colby post it, but he wasn't going to do that. People continued celebrating. Everyone gathered around, patting August and Gina on the back like they had accomplished something big. People were drawing close to them and celebrating like this was the best news they could ever have been given. August smiled, even though he felt like he wanted to throw up. There was a blur of people reacting, and before he knew it, Abe was talking again. "I'm going to tell him to post it, and you guys just get ready to put on a great show because it's going to sell out." The cast was so pumped up that they gathered around and started a little chant before ultimately saying one last word, "Family," in unison and then breaking for the night. "Oh, snap, he posted it," someone said a few seconds later when they were all still saying their goodbyes to each other. "I literally just gave him the thumbs up," Abe said. "Well, he posted it like 20 seconds ago. I'm stalking his page." "Oh my gosh, I see it," someone else yelled out. Excitement began to build and the cast began patting Gina, all touching her to congratulate her. She might as well be the new Mrs. Colby Klein with how they went up to her to celebrate. August could not watch. Someone shoved the post in front of him and he blankly looked at the screen, not focusing on the picture or the words that were written. He smiled as if he were really happy about the whole thing. He had already prepared himself for the worst with the Colby situation. It was just all happening sooner than he thought it would. August, I've got to ask you something really quick." He turned and immediately locked eyes with Gina, who had crossed to him while he was in a trance. "I'm sorry to do it right now, but I need to ask you something about that car scene, and I really need to mark it on my script. It's backstage still. I need to make a note. Can you please come with me backstage to get my script? It'll take 2 minutes." She seemed concerned. She glanced at Abe. "That's amazing. Thank you for everything, Abe, and tell Colby thank you for the post, and I'm glad he's coming. I'm sorry to do this right now. I just have to stay focused on the role. I just remembered that I need August to answer this important question I had about the car scene." She glanced at August with a reluctant expression. "So sorry. Can I please borrow you for 2 minutes backstage?"
"Sure," he said.
Chapter 14. Gina Andrews. I felt my heart leave my chest when Abe made that announcement. I was not nervous about Colby coming to our show. I was not nervous at the thought of having it sell out. The show was the least of my worries. I had to get to August and somehow reassure him. I left my stuff backstage on purpose, but I had no idea how much I would need it. I left it there intentionally so that I could hang behind the crowd and run into August after the rehearsal. But this Colby stuff was all too much. I staged a little meltdown instead of rejoicing with everyone about the post. I pretended to have an urgent question about a particular scene. Everyone knew I'd been taking the play seriously, so they weren't all that surprised when I pretended to need help. I left the stage with a worried expression, and they all went back to looking at the post and celebrating when I walked away. August followed me. It was dark backstage, and I walked far enough into the wings to find the curtains. I ducked behind a section of them. I knew my way around backstage, and I knew that if someone came this way, we would be able to hear their footsteps approaching before being caught. I stopped in my tracks and turned around, and August stopped when he was about 2 feet in front of me.
"Are you okay?" I asked. "Are you okay?" he said, whispering. "Do you really need to talk to me about that scene?"
"No," I said. "I had to talk to you. I want to make sure you're okay about everything." I reached out and touched his arm. This was new and different for us. He had been playing it so cool. We obviously had each other's phone numbers, but we hadn't even been corresponding that way. We had remained distant from each other out of respect for the magnum opus August was creating. But this ordeal with Abe and Colby was too much. I had to break the wall with August and touch base with the real him for a minute. I held onto his arm as I looked him in the eyes. I was shaking because I was afraid of getting caught and because of how very passionately I wanted to be next to him. "I need you to know that doesn't mean anything to me," what he said about Colby. "I'm not going out with him. I'm happy for the show, that he's coming to it, and I hope we're going to sell some tickets, but I do not care about Colby Klein." I reached up and touched the side of August's face. He was precious to me. I cherished him. I cherished our history together. God had given me some kind of supernatural perspective change where I could suddenly see what a special place he has always had in my life. I could appreciate the prospect of growing old with this man, and it was honestly really exciting. I was blown away by him, so attracted to him. I dropped my hand from his face reluctantly. "Kiss me, please." The words came out in a desperate whimper, and August took me into his arm and did it. He kissed me deeper than I had ever been kissed. It was certainly deeper than I had ever been kissed on stage, and maybe deeper than... Oh, goodness. Yes. This was more passionate than anything I had ever experienced. August held my face, his mouth opened and his tongue thrust inside me. I moved closer, leaning into him, urging him to continue. We found a rhythm where he kissed me deeply for several gut-wrenching seconds. I couldn't think straight. Something physically happened to me. The yearning sensation was so great that there was some sort of warm release breaking loose in my core. I desired him so greatly that my body gave way to a new sensation as he kissed me. We did this for what must have been 20 seconds. Or maybe it was longer. It was long enough for real passion to be exchanged between us. It was long enough that our feelings were clear. We desired each other passionately. I held his muscle-lined body, grasping him, pulling him close to me. I was utterly smitten. I had never wanted something so badly. It was all too soon when he pulled back. Both of us breathing heavily but as silently as possible as we stared at each other in the darkness of the backstage curtains. I didn't even realize that I was gripping his shirt until I let go of it. My fists were tightly clenched around the fabric of his shirt, and I let go of him and went in for the hug, resting the side of my face on his chest. I loved him, and I was so thankful that he was willing to break rules and kiss me here. And did he ever kiss me? I had been thoroughly kissed. I was shaken and my mouth was gloriously tender. My hand rested on the side of his neck and I leaned into him, stretching upward and letting my face rub against his chest. I smelled the underside of his neck. He had good hygiene, and I loved that he smelled clean and fresh, even after a long rehearsal. I could not care less about Colby. I felt madly in love with August, and I was so thankful he was standing there holding me. My heart was full. For the next minute, we just stood behind the cover of the curtains, holding on to each other tightly. It was as if our lives depended on it, as if we could make up for the time we missed. "I left it back here." The words snapped me back to reality. We heard someone approach, and both of us flinched, stepping back, breaking contact, and breaking the spell we were both under. Neither of us wanted the moment to end, and I took a hold of his cheeks, pulling him in and kissing his mouth. "I love you,"
I whispered.
I wasn't even sure if he heard me, and I didn't give him the chance to respond. I broke away because people were right there. I moved behind the curtains, going the opposite way of the voices, and then I stopped in my tracks when I saw Tori and Anthony standing just around the corner. We had come up from behind them with the way we circled around. I instinctually touched my mouth, hiding it with the back of my hand. I smiled casually at Tori as I turned. "So, should I talk to Owen?" I asked, looking behind me like I had been in a previous conversation with August.
"Yeah," he said, catching on. "Ask Owen what he thinks."
"Sorry, guys, excuse us," Tori said, moving out of our way. I was thankful for the darkness backstage. It was a narrow escape after a gut-wrenching kiss, and my adrenaline was on overdrive. People thought I was worked up about Colby, so I had a good excuse when I left in a hurry. It was 2 days later when I talked to August again. I wasn't supposed to see him that day, but I couldn't stand it. It was our second and final day off before the stretch of long days when I would be giving my all to the show. My mom had cooked spaghetti tonight, and I was at my parents' house. My dad started talking about August, and I took it as a sign. I called him while we were all sitting in the living room. His phone rang only twice before he picked it up.
"Hello?" I loved the sound of his voice, and I had to work not to have a huge grin spread across my face at the sound of it.
"Hey, I'm here with my parents, and my dad said you were using the print shop for a gigantic order. I knew those shirts came in, but I didn't realize they were from our store."
"Your dad didn't want to worry you with it since you have so much going on."
"I know," he told me. "Where are you?"
I asked. "I'm in my car. I just left Owen's and I'm headed home."
"Do you want to come eat spaghetti?"
"No, I just ate."
"Oh, okay," I said.
"But I'll still come by if that's not weird."
"No, I'd love for you to come by." I was speaking loudly enough that my parents could hear. "I wanted to ask you something about rehearsal tomorrow anyway."
"We sold out the shows," he said.
"Are you serious?"
"Yes, I'm 10 minutes from your parents right now, so I'll be there soon."
"Sounds good."
"Are you sure I'm not interrupting your dinner?"
"No, not at all. My dad is pumped about that order, and my mom was asking about you. They wanted you to stop by if you had time." I tried to act so casual, like I would have acted any other time in my life, but inside I was feeling all hot and bothered. My heart was racing, and I was filled to the brim with excitement at the thought of seeing August, bubbling over with joy. I had thought I would not see him until the following day, and this was such an exciting surprise. I knew I only had 10 minutes before he came over, so I excused myself to go use the restroom, acting as laid back and unexcited as I could. I went into my old room where I found a few supplies to help me freshen up without seeming too eager. I wanted everything to be perfect for him, and it just couldn't be that way without it being obvious to my parents. I had to treat him like the old friend he was. I went into the kitchen with my parents, trying to hide the fact that I was cleaning up and preparing for him. August knocked, and he came inside when my mother yelled for him. I wanted to run to the door. I wanted to run into his arms. I refrained from any of that. I was such a good actress. If I could fake like I wasn't bursting at the seams to see August, I could do anything. This moment in time was way harder than any acting I was doing as Natalie. I was nervous and giddy. In some ways, I felt like the little kid version of myself. August was ever so handsome, way better looking than Colby Klein. His face and his body, I was just so attracted to him. I wanted to marry him and have a whole bunch of babies. "Why are you so dressed up?" I asked him, pretending to be completely nonchalant for my parents' sake.
"I just came from a dinner thing at Owen's."
"What's that about?" I said, even though I figured he was going to tell us.
"His dad knows a rich guy who wants to donate to the show. He's giving a donation for a lot of the concessions, and he wanted to meet me."
"You had to do some schmoozing?" my dad said, interjecting from the other room.
"Yes, sir,"
August agreed easily. He came into the open living room area and greeted both of my parents. I didn't even know you were getting stuff made at the print shop, I said. He smiled.
I've been talking to your dad about it.
I told him not to tell you, my dad said. I knew how much time you were spending learning those lines, and I didn't want you to have to think about work stuff. It's our biggest order of the year.
I actually need to talk to you about more work stuff,
August said, looking at my dad.
Not now, but I'll be calling you in the morning.
You can ask me now, my dad said with a curious smile.
Oh, no, I don't want you to have to do anything now. We need to order more of everything, if possible. I hope it's possible.
Sure, anything. I can get it expedited. What do you need? More shirts? Programs?
Honestly, everything. The shows are all sold out, and we've had merchandise disappear already from families of the cast.
The play is sold out? My mom asked, in disbelief. He nodded. You mean at the Blackbird Theater? Your show? That post, I said, as more of a statement than a question. He looked at me and nodded.
You're blowing up too.
I know. 3 different people texted and told me. I have 10,000 followers now.
How do you not know for yourself?
I turned it off, I said. I'm not looking at any social media right now. I'm just Natalie. Yeah, she's really been focused on this role, my mom said. I know she sees it as an honor, which makes me know how good the show is going to be.
Oh, Gina is superb in this role. You guys have to see her. You're welcome to come see one of the rehearsals.
Oh, I don't want to, my mom said with a smile. I'm so looking forward to sitting down and watching the whole thing start to finish. I know some of the story, obviously, but I really do want to be surprised.
That's awesome,
he said, smiling at her. Gina said you've already eaten dinner, or I'd offer you some. We have spaghetti.
I'm full. Thank you, though.
My mom hugged August, but then turned to go the other way. She and Dad walked back into the kitchen now that we were done with our greetings. I hesitated, looking at August. He was sharply dressed in a light blue button-down shirt. He was obviously still hitting the gym. His body was rigid and muscular beneath the thin layer of fabric. He stood up straight. I wanted to reach out and touch him, even just to touch his arm. But my parents were right there.
I can't believe you didn't know your social media was blowing up,
he said to me. I shrugged. I know about it. I've been informed. I just am choosing not to care about it right now.
I'm lucky to have you,
he said. Do you mean in the play? I asked. August's head snapped up to see if my parents had heard. Your play is amazing. You're going to be famous after this.
If anyone gets famous, it'll be you. I might get rich, though. I'm already getting kind of rich.
Really? He shrugged.
I'm making more than I thought I would. The deal I have set up for ticketing has me making a percentage after a certain point. So now, as it stands, with all the shows selling out, I'm taking home a good amount. That's why I'm ramping up the merchandise. We're getting requests for an online store, so I'm going to see if I can set that up.
Well, I know we'll do whatever it takes at the shop to help you keep up with the merchandise. I don't know why Dad didn't tell me. It wouldn't have stressed me out, but thank you for using our shop.
Of course.
I can't believe we sold out the Blackbird, August. This is awesome.
It really is,
he said. Do we want to add more dates? He shrugged.
Shep asked me the same thing, but I think we're just going to leave it as it stands. The Fairchilds are already going out of their way to have us at the Blackbird, and Shep and I both think there's something beautiful about his wedding being the end of it all. Just have it be a one-time thing that ends with a wedding. I'll be sad to see it go, though. But both of us think it's over after Sunday.
He focused on me with care and affection.
Are you good with everything? I didn't know you were taking time off of your phone. I'm sorry to come in here talking about all that stuff.
It doesn't matter to me. Knowing it's going on is different than looking at it, and I'm not completely off my phone. You can still text me.
Oh, I can?
He asked, giving me a half smile as he glanced toward my parents. Chapter 15. August stayed at my parents' house for about 2 hours that evening. When he left, I told him to text me later, which was something I never did. I genuinely hoped he took me up on it. We were behaving way too professionally. Even my parents had no idea. I wasn't trying to go crazy, but was a little text too much to ask? We had no time alone at my parents' house, and I would love to talk to him again before tomorrow when we would all get together for rehearsal. It was our last few hours off before everything hit the fan for the next 11 days. I had a few texts to respond to, but I was in the zone, and I didn't plan on talking to friends or doing anything else for the rest of the night. It was 10 o'clock, and I was in my apartment when I received a text from August. I saw his name on my screen, and it might as well have said the name of some rock star. August was a rock star. He was my biggest crush. I lost no time opening the text and reading it. August.
Hey.
I smiled and shook my head at the one-word text and typed back. Me. Call me. I pressed send and smiled when my phone rang seconds later.
Hello,
he said. Hey, I replied, wanting him.
What's going on?
I'm just hanging out, being quiet. My sister's in the living room and I'm in my bedroom chillin'. What about you?
Same. I'm at home.
Are you prepared for this week? I asked him. He let out a little sigh.
Same as you, probably. In some ways, I'm so ready, and in other ways, I'm overwhelmed. But ready, set, go, no matter if I'm ready or not.
You've been amazing through all this, I said. You're so talented. The writing and directing, I'm just blown away. So proud of you. I wanted to tell you goodnight tonight, and I'm sad I didn't get to. It's our last day off, and tomorrow we have to act like we don't like each other.
I thought we acted like that today, too,
he said. We did, and it was terrible. Tomorrow we'll be at rehearsal, and tonight's our last night off, and earlier, I was hoping I could tell you goodnight. A proper goodnight.
If you're saying you wished I would have kissed you, then I'll drive over there and do that right now.
I do wish that. I really wish that. Will you come over, please?
Yes.
We have to go back to business tomorrow.
I know,
he agreed.
Back to business, big time. I'm only going to stay for a minute tonight. I know Kenzie's home and we both have long days tomorrow.
I'm just thankful you're coming. I'm so happy right now. I was sad when my mom walked outside with us earlier. I'll come out to your car if you call me when you're pulling up.
That'll be good,
he said.
I'm leaving now. I'll talk to you in a minute.
Where are you going? My sister asked, 15 minutes later when I went outside to meet August. She was sitting on the couch with her boyfriend watching TV. Out. Why? It's late. Why are you going out? I'm just going outside for a second. August came by. Things are ramping up with the play and he needs to tell me something. Explain something to me that he couldn't explain over the phone. My sister gave me a conspiratorial grin. It was the first time anyone had ever looked suspicious of us. It's just about the play, I said, lying in a matter-of-fact tone as I walked out of the door. I knew he was parked outside, and I could not make it out there fast enough. I saw his car parked in the parking lot. I crossed to it as quickly as my feet would take me. I had spent 2 hours in his presence earlier today. We had talked about the play and said all there was to say about those things. I asked him to come over because I wanted to be next to him. I needed to physically be close to him, even for a minute or two. I knew we only had a short time together, and so I wasted none of it. I closed the car door, and I did not stop moving until I reached the driver's seat. I slid nimbly onto his lap, turning where my back was facing the driver's door, leaving my legs draped over the console.
Whoa, okay,
he said easily, moving his seat back to accommodate both of us in the small space. I didn't need much room. I curled up, becoming as small as I could, turning toward August, holding on to him.
Hello,
he said, chuckling a little at the fact that I was now comfortably on his lap with my legs stretched out and my feet resting in the passenger seat. August wrapped his arms around me, holding me comfortably. I loved being held and supported by him. He was willing to drop everything and come here for me. I could tell he was still somewhat guarded, though. I could sense that he wasn't letting himself give in to love until the Colby thing blew over. "What are you thinking?" I asked.
I don't know. Right now I'm just thinking about holding you.
I leaned up and gently kissed his neck. He looked at me, and it was over after that. We were busy for the next 5 minutes. Maybe 10. I knew it hadn't been too long because I was half aware of time for my sister's sake. "Kenzie and her boyfriend are upstairs," I said finally, reluctantly pulling away from August. I kissed him again, and then again, and again. His mouth made it impossible for me to stop. "I have to go inside. I'll see you tomorrow," I added finally.
3:00,
he said. I kissed him again. I couldn't stop. I didn't want to stop. I stayed on his lap and gave him soft pecks on the lips for the next minute or so. We were gloriously crammed into that front seat. I was closer to him than I had ever been. I wanted to stay in his arms forever. I knew what it felt like to have a soulmate. I had the urge to cry. It was the sweetest moment. I was blown away by how much I loved this man. "I'm going inside," I said, whispering since his face was only inches from mine.
Okay. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
"Yeah, I'll talk to you then," I said. I started scooting off of his lap, sliding into the passenger seat. I saw his hand resting on his leg, and I reached over for it. I held the back of his hand to my cheek, not wanting to let him go. "I'll see you tomorrow," I said. I got out of the car but turned around and looked inside. His face was in the darkness, the lines and curves of it. He was captivating. I wanted to stare at him all night. I never wanted him to leave. "See you soon," I said.
Yes.
"Bye, love you." I said the words in a comically rushed manner as I closed the door. There was no chance he could say anything back to me because the door was closed. I crossed in front of the car. It was dark and I could barely make out August's face, even from this close to the car. I could see enough to notice when he smiled at me. He waited for me to get out of his sight before he started his car. "What was that all about?" my sister asked when I came into the apartment. "August," I said flippantly. "He needed to ask me something about the play." "Why are you smiling so much?" she asked. She looked at her boyfriend, who nodded.
"Yeah, you are smiling,"
he said. I sighed thoughtfully. I don't want to sound like I'm full of myself, but honestly, I am a skilled enough actress to wipe the smile off of my face right now and make up some great lie about August. I could have said a whole thing about how much I like Colby Klein. By the end of it, you'd be convinced that I was doing nothing but tedious business out there in August's car just now. But that wouldn't be the truth? My sister asked, sounding a little confused but interested. No, it wouldn't. The truth is that I like August so much, Kenzie. I think it's cool that Colby's coming and that the show sold out, but I wasn't down there talking to August about business. I like him. I really like him so much. He wrote this play, and he's directing us, and I think I might be in love with him. Are you messing with me right now? No, I said, smiling. But you can't say anything. I shouldn't even be telling you. He and we're not going to say anything until after the show is over. Don't even tell Mom. Don't tell anyone. It wasn't like that between us when the show first started, and I don't want him to take any heat about casting me. So please, don't say anything. I won't. I don't even know those people. We're going to your show, though. We got tickets with Mom and Dad. I can't remember what night. I'm not going to say anything, but I know August. He's the basketball player-looking dude who played the candlestick that one time. I nodded. That's the guy. But he looks more like a football player now. Like a big burly guy? I shook my head. More like a quarterback. Like Bryce Hayes? She asked.
referring to a guy who went to our high school. He's way better than Bryce Hayes, but yes, he's got muscles now. Does he know you have muscles too? Kenzie asked. He's the one who got me into it.
Does he know you like him?
Mark asked. I told him, but we're waiting until after the show. I started to walk off, heading toward my bedroom. Did you kiss him just now?
Kenzie,
Mark scolded. What? I can see that she did. I would never kiss my director, I said, acting shocked as I walked away. She knew I was lying. I knew she knew because we smiled at each other as I closed my bedroom door. Chapter 16. August Faulkner. 5 days later. It was just after noon on opening day, and August had already been up for 8 hours. Maybe it had been longer than that. He already had 2 cups of coffee this morning. He was basically up all night. He got an hour of sleep here and there for 5 hours last night, and then he decided to get up rather than lying there with his eyes open. It was one of the biggest days of August's life. Dozens of people had seen the play, so he had a good feeling about how it was going to go over. Cast members had invited family and friends to dress rehearsals the last few days. He saw them clapping at the end. He heard them say they loved it and that they couldn't wait to watch it again this weekend. He had been reassured that it was a great story and that it had been told in an entertaining way. But there was still doubt. There was still fear. There were so many moving parts. They were performing 4 shows, and all of them were sold out. The whole thing had felt like it had struggled free and was out of his grasp, out of his control. It had been that way for quite some time. August had done his best to keep up with the momentum. He was constantly dealing with the physical evidence of just how big the whole thing had become. Here was some now. He opened the trunk of his car and found 3 additional boxes of shirts for the merchandise table. One of the cast members was also a graphic designer, and he made a design with a logo of the New York skyline. He had written the name of the play, That Day in NYC, and then at the bottom of the design it said Memphis, Tennessee, since that was where it was conceived and performed. The contrast of the city names, along with the style of the logo, made for interesting branding. The design was gold on black, and August was so happy with it. They had already hauled most of it to the Blackbird. These were the last remaining boxes. Tori had been parked down the block, and she was waiting for him to arrive. She had headed his way when she saw him park in front of the theater. "How much do you have to unload?" she asked, hollering at August as he opened his trunk.
3 from my trunk, and there are a couple in my back seat.
Did you get extra large? We've sold a lot of those to the cast.
A whole box,
he said. He stacked 2 boxes and carried them in. They were heavy, and Tori took the remaining one and set it on the sidewalk so she could close the trunk. She groaned when she picked it up again.
You got it?
He asked. Yeah. I've just got old director back.
Director back? That's a thing? I think I'm getting that.
Why are you carrying 2 boxes? She asked.
I'm not hurt or anything. I'm good with 2. But I do feel the strain you're talking about.
Yeah. Hey, did you know this is the very sidewalk where Bailey got gum on her shoe and wound up meeting Ryan because of that?
I know. I was there, August said.
Oh, yeah, I forgot there were several of y'all here for that.
I asked Bailey to prop the door open for me,
August said as they approached the building.
Yes, here. It's open.
He found the door that had been cracked, and he wedged his foot into it, opening it without having to put down the cumbersome boxes.
Just set it down over here,
he said, turning to the right and heading toward the far wall of the lobby. They set down the boxes and made their way outside for the others. Tori turned to him with a smile. I can't believe today's the day. Opening day. How do you feel? Did you sleep?
Not really. My sister said I should try to take micro-naps today, whatever that is. I've got plenty of coffee.
When is your sister coming?
She'll be here tonight. She's here all weekend. She'll be backstage some, helping out and stuff.
What about Warren?
I think he's coming to Sunday's show so he can be there for the wedding.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So much going on.
Abe called me this morning telling me about Colby's plane landing and stuff like that. But I'm just focused on the show. I can't think about who's coming.
August was about to say something derogatory about Colby, and he knew he should shut up before his jealousy became obvious. I'm so pumped about it. I wonder if Gina's going to marry him.
Who, Colby? What would ever make you say that?
His tone was probably too annoyed. Gina could get someone like Colby, Tori said with a shrug. That's not so far-fetched.
That's not what I meant.
It might happen, she said excitedly. CK wrote a big, long caption about how he can't wait to see the show and how he is Gina's biggest fan.
I know. I read it,
August said. It's amazing. Did you ever think all this would come of your play?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Gina's gotta be in heaven. When does it ever happen that your actual celebrity crush likes you back? And at a time when Gina is really finding herself as an actress. I'm so happy for her. She must feel like Cinderella right now.
Yeah.
Tori was trying to be nice, and August actually felt nauseated. He swallowed past the lump in his throat.
Just 2 more boxes,
he said as they headed back outside. Hey, did you take a picture by the sign? Tori asked. August glanced at her and saw that she had stopped next to the poster which was on the outside of the Blackbird. It was framed in lights.
No, I haven't actually taken the time to do that,
August said. Tori held out her phone and snapped a photo of the 2 of them with the poster in the background. Stay where you are, and I'll get one of just you. Hang on. Do something handsome. August stood up straight and smiled for the photo. He had on a show t-shirt and jeans, which was good enough for a photo. Do you guys want us to take a photo of you? They turned to find 2 women on the sidewalk. They looked like tourists, which was common in this part of town. Sure, Tori said. She handed them her phone, and they stood next to each other. Do you guys work for the play? The shorter woman asked as she handed Tori back her phone. We do, Tori said. We're just carrying in some merchandise. Oh, can we buy some? The lady said. I'm Maggie, and this is Zoe, my daughter. We came to see the show. We drove here from Nashville. Oh, really? Tori asked. Yeah, we're huge fans of Colby Klein. He recommended this play and said he was coming here, so we drove from Nashville. Do you happen to know what show he's going to? Did you know he was going to be here? I thought you might, since you work here. We're going to most of the shows anyway. The last show on Sunday was already sold out when we got tickets, but we got tickets for tonight and for both shows tomorrow. We're trying to catch him. Colby, I mean. Is it a good show? We really don't know anything about it. I was reading that it's a true story. Zoe read that it was a love story.
It is a love story,
August said. He had walked the few feet to his car as they were talking, and the women followed him. The box in the back seat had a big uppercase M scribbled on the outside of it. August took 2 T-shirts off of the top and handed them to the mother, who wore a giant smile.
Here you go, he said. Thank you for coming to 3 shows. I hope you enjoy.
Oh, thank you so much. We're enjoying our trip already. We're staying in a hotel right down the block. Are you sure you won't get in trouble with your boss? She asked, holding up the shirts. I don't mind paying, and we'll buy more when we come to the shows. He is the boss, Tori said. He paid for that shirt. She gasped. You're the boss? Do you own this whole theater? It's gorgeous.
No, I just work with the theater company that's putting on the play.
He wrote this play and directed it, Tori said proudly. You're kidding! Do you star in it too? No, but he could. He is a great actor, Tori added. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize who you were. We've met the creative mind behind all this. He's a regular Lin-Manuel Miranda. We should probably get your autograph. Chapter 17. Gina Andrews. There were 2 hours before the show. The house would open an hour before showtime, so we would need to be off of the stage by then. August said everyone to the stage in 5 minutes, Tori said, peeking into the room to yell at us all. Tell August I don't have my top on,
one of the girls yelled from the back of the dressing room, causing everyone to laugh.
"Tell August I'm freaking out,"
someone else called. She didn't mean it, and we all laughed with her. Everyone was talking and cutting up in the dressing room as usual. I had a smaller, more private area to get ready, but at the moment I was in the main, large dressing room, getting help with the finishing touches on my hair. "It's opening night!" A male peered into the dressing room and yelled the phrase, but he was gone as soon as he got there.
"We don't have tops on back here,"
someone yelled from behind me, warning him. I took one last look in the mirror. I was not wearing a wig. I had temporarily colored my hair darker to look like Natalie's. My makeup was actually really good. I looked up tutorials and contoured my face to look like Natalie's features. Makeup made a world of difference, and I really did resemble her. I had also practiced her mannerisms. I had been immersed in the role for weeks. The reflection I saw was Natalie. I was channeled and confident, and I had worked tirelessly so that I could relax tonight. At the moment, all I could concentrate on was the fact that Tori had said August wanted to talk to us to make our way to the stage. August. I hadn't seen him yet today, and I could not wait. August was my main motivation for doing my best in this role. For the last 5 days, I had held on to that memory of sitting on his lap in the car. We had been wholly focused on this play lately, and we kept it ultra-professional every time we were in each other's presence. The play was so demanding that no one had a clue. We had a couple of exchanged glances, but otherwise we had been completely innocent. No one would ever guess that anything was going on between us. That was the main reason I wanted this play to be over. Otherwise, I was trying to settle in and enjoy the ride for the next 3 days. I stopped by my dressing room to set down my hairspray. I had a couple of texts on my phone, 2 from friends at work and 1 from my aunt, and I took a second to answer them. Bailey shared a dressing room with me, and she came by to tell me she was headed to the stage. Bailey was already there when I stepped onto the stage, and so were a lot of other people. Most of the cast and crew were already on the stage, standing around, talking, mingling in groups. I walked up to a large group of 6 or 8 people. August was standing nearby talking to Tori and a few others from the set crew. There were still a few minutes before we would officially meet, so all of us were being casual. But there was excitement brewing in the air. August would no doubt talk to us and have us do some sort of team-building exercise, along with some vocal warm-ups. He would have all of our attention in a moment. For now, there was the sound of murmuring all around. I heard someone in the group next to us talking to August about a different news segment he did that morning.
"We're sold out, so I wasn't doing it for publicity," August said. But they called and asked if they could have a 2-minute interview, and I hated to deny them.
I was trying to hang on to what August was saying, but the girls in my group had all turned to me as if waiting for me to answer something. "What?" I asked. "I was asking how you felt with the whole Colby madness," Lynn said. "Oh, fine," I said, being vague. "It's hard to think about Colby when you're so focused on the show," Sophia said. "No, it's fine," I added. "I actually talked to him earlier today, and it's no big deal." "You talked to Colby?" At least 2 of them spoke to me at the same time, and all of them tightened the circle around me, staring my way with curious smiles. They were all anxious to hear the story, especially Bailey. I took a split-second glance toward August. He wasn't looking at me, but he also wasn't talking at the moment, and I had no idea whether or not he had heard me. He was close enough to be in earshot. "I thought you had been talking to him this whole time," someone else said. "Yeah, I heard you 2 were dating. That's what it looks like from that post." "I can't believe he's here," someone else said. "Let her talk," Bailey said, cutting in since everyone was excited and talking over me. "There's nothing to say," I said with a smile. "Abe gave him my number, and he called me earlier today. I guess he's staying in a hotel instead of at Abe's."
I wasn't exactly sure why I gave them that bit of information, but everyone was staring at me and I felt like I needed to say a detail. Honestly, I wanted to glance at August. I did. He must have heard me because he was looking my way. He seemed unaffected, and he was so very handsome. I was really tired of playing it cool. "I didn't know you talked to Colby," Bailey said, knowing more of the story than the other people. "I did. He was nice, and he said he was looking forward to the show. Then something came over me, and I kept talking. I can't start anything with him, though, because I have a boyfriend." "What?" Bailey asked, not understanding. She knew how much I used to love Colby, so it was understandable that she would be confused. I did not glance directly at August, but I could see him in my periphery, and I knew he could hear what I was saying. "I do," I said, looking at Bailey. "I do have a boyfriend. I'm seeing someone." "What? No, you're not. Who?" I wasn't going to say anything about it until after the show. "I'm just getting through the show. I'm focused on being Natalie right now, and after the show, I'll just be Gina again." "Gina with a boyfriend? Who is he? Tell me in my ear. Do I know him?" "It's probably just someone you went out with a couple of times, right?" "Are you calling him your boyfriend? When in the world did you start seeing someone?" I laughed at Bailey's rapid-fire questions. She was truly confused. Some of the other girls standing around didn't know me as well as Bailey did, and even they were confused. I couldn't help but smile. I didn't dare look at August. "She's got a boyfriend who's not Colby," Bailey said, looking at him.
"Oh, really?"
he asked innocently. "She didn't tell us." I looked at August and shrugged. "I was waiting until after the play," I said. "Everyone was asking about me and Colby tonight, and I told them I can't talk to him because I have a boyfriend." I saw those words and stared straight at August as if I was informing him.
He said casually.
"How are you saying you have a boyfriend and we know nothing?" Bailey said, still shocked. "Do we know him? Is he coming to the show?"
Yeah," I said.
"He should be here tonight." Then someone spoke up from the back. "Gina's boyfriend is coming to the show tonight. Does he know about Colby?" "That's probably why she quit social media," someone else said. "Her new boyfriend probably made her." "Oh, no, it's all good," I announced. "I just quit so that I can focus on the show. That's also why I'm not really saying anything about my new boyfriend yet." I smiled because I still had everyone's attention and I knew what I was going to say. "But y'all should know, just for the record, he's amazing. And I'm in love." They whooped and hollered, and several of them speculated who it could be. I had said the last statement in such a way that they knew I was wrapping up and not going to say any more about it. I turned and took a step toward Bailey, who tilted her head at me. "Seriously?" she said. I smiled and shrugged. I could see that August had turned and was speaking to someone else by this point. My heart was pounding. I could not believe I had just done that. I was glad I said it, though, and I was glad he could hear me. I had no regrets whatsoever. August got our attention a minute later, and we played a team-building exercise that had us all laughing. He said some kind things to us, and then he reminded us to build each other up. He pointed out strengths in the show and reminded us about certain things. He was such a natural. I loved his style. I had acted in over 50 plays in my life, and he was my favorite director. I watched him as he was inspiring all of us, and I couldn't help but wonder if he would ever do it again. Shep and Natalie's story had sort of presented itself to him. Even August himself said he didn't know if this would be his only time writing or directing. Both things had happened so organically that he hadn't had time to think about the possibility of future projects. I had to think it would be a shame for this to be his only one, though. He really was so good. We were on the stage for about 30 minutes before August dismissed us to finish getting ready. He prayed with us all. It was short and sweet, and I had never had a director do that before. He was getting hotter by the second. What was wrong with me that I thought that leading the cast in prayer was hot?
"Gina, I'm going back to the office. I need your opinion on one thing. If you don't have time, I can talk to you later." Yes. He wanted to talk to me. August was completely unflustered when he asked me, and I smiled at him.
"Yeah, sure. I can stop by there. Like 10 minutes?
"That's perfect. Thank you."
We were so nonchalant that it was hilarious. I easily left him so that I could go backstage with Bailey. She was pulling on my arm. I could have hesitated to talk to August, but it was great for me to act like I didn't care. Of course, the first thing Bailey did was question me about my boyfriend. I knew that was the main thing on her mind. We'd been best friends for years. I knew she felt weird about what I had just said in front of everyone, and I didn't blame her. "I'm sorry," I said once we rounded a corner and were out of earshot of other people.
"What in the world?"
She was smiling at me, but I could tell she was genuinely curious and hoped I would tell her everything.
"I've been talking to this guy in secret," I said. "I know I like him and everything, but I just need to get through the play before I say anything. I promise I'll tell you everything once we're done." "Once we're done with tonight, or once we're done with the whole play?"
"The whole play," I said, as if that were obvious.
"No, just tell me who he is."
She was being wonderfully pushy in the way you would want a best friend to be. But the thing was, I actually wasn't going to tell her. I told her I would think about telling her his name after the show tonight. But I just said that to appease her.
Chapter 18.
Bailey and I had made our way to the smaller, more secluded dressing room as we were talking. We had barely crossed the threshold into the room when her phone made a ding, signaling a text.
"It's Abe," she said. "He's looking for you."
"Me?"
"He tried to text you 3 times, she continued, reading his text.
"My phone is in my makeup case. Hang on."
"What did he say?"
"Never mind," I added once I retrieved my phone. I looked down at it.
"Colby is here. He's backstage right now."
"I know," I said, feeling a wave of nerves. "I'm responding to Abe right now. I guess they're in the back office."
"I'm going too," Bailey said. "Ryan's with them. Let's go meet Mr. Broadway."
We wasted no time leaving the dressing room and heading toward the row of offices, which were connected to the backstage area. We had to wind our way through some chaos that was happening backstage, and a couple of people even asked us where we were going. We answered them vaguely and kept walking. There were 4 men in the office when we opened the door. Ryan, Abe, Colby, and August were all there wearing smiles and looking like they were in the best spirits.
"There she is,"
Colby said. I smiled at him because he was looking straight at me when he said it. We had talked a little bit via text, just making introductions. He mentioned going to eat with everyone after the show, but I didn't respond to it. It was surreal, hugging him. I had watched this guy and admired him for so long that it felt a little dreamlike seeing him standing in the office with 3 guys I knew so well.
"Hello,"
I said to him after a quick embrace. He was not as tall as August and not as broad either. August had on practical, comfortable clothing, slacks and a light sweater, all black. Colby had more flair in his outfit. He also had on slacks and a sweater, but it was layered over a button-down shirt and there were patterns and prints everywhere. I spoke to Colby, but I made fleeting eye contact with August. My man. My feelings did not waver one bit. Bailey shook Colby's hand and introduced herself. He embraced her when he realized she was Ryan's wife.
"I've been hanging out with your husband all afternoon. I've heard a lot about you. I guess you're a star yourself."
"Aw, thank you. I do love the stage."
"She's amazing," I added.
"She's amazing," Bailey said, gesturing to me. "You're going to love her tonight. Are you guys going to Zach's right now?" she continued, looking at them curiously.
Colby nodded.
"Is that your buddy's restaurant?" "Yes, Ryan is taking us to get some food before the show starts." "Zach will have the food ready when we get there," Ryan said. "We'll be back just before the show starts."
She smiled and nodded at him.
"Good. I'm glad you guys are eating there. Tell him hi for me."
I know you've got 2 shows tomorrow, Colby said, looking at me, but I was hoping to hang out for a few minutes after the show tonight. Ryan mentioned we could go upstairs on the rooftop, if you want.
That's an amazing idea, Bailey agreed, taking the pressure off of me. We can all go up there for a few minutes. You guys can head up when the show's over and we'll meet you there. Do you want me to tell some of the cast and crew?
I want to meet the people who the story's about, Colby said. Shep and Natalie are here, Abe said, nodding.
August was just standing there being quiet, but there was a content expression on his face. I only glanced at him for a second at a time, but it always confirmed that it was him who I wanted. Even there with Colby standing next to him, I wanted August. He was stoic and confident. Tell Shep and Natalie to meet us up there afterward, I said. And August, and a few others. Whoever you guys want.
I'm excited for the show,
Colby said, diplomatically.
Yeah, me too. But we need to be going so we can get back,
Ryan said. Thank you for stopping by, I said, and for coming to the show. It's an honor that you're here.
Colby smiled. I'll see you tonight, he said. Break a leg. Yeah, break a leg, you two, Abe said. And congratulations, August. Try to enjoy tonight and don't sweat the small stuff.
None of it's small,
August said, joking about how seriously he had been taking everything.
It's already great, Abe said, patting his shoulder. What you've done is already great.
The other guys made their way out as Abe was saying those parting words to August. Bailey and I hung back. Did you still want to tell me anything? I asked August in a tone like I had almost forgotten.
Oh, yeah. I was going to play something back on my laptop for you. I have one last tweak with that line we worked on yesterday.
I'll meet you back in the dressing room, Bailey said, looking like she didn't want to interrupt.
Can you grab the door so I can hear what I'm doing? August called to her.
Sure. She didn't think twice about it. She didn't look at us funny or anything. No one had a single clue. She closed the door and I began walking, closing the distance, the despicable distance that separated me from August. There was a large oak desk behind him and he leaned against it for support, sitting on the edge of it as he took me into his arms. He looked down at me and then he glanced at the door. It's closed, I said, staring up at him. I hope you know it's you I want.
I actually think that's a good choice,
he said, staring down at me with a cheeky grin. I pulled back. You do?
Yeah, I do. When he first came in here, I asked myself if I was good enough. I asked myself in a non-selfish way if you would be better off with him, if he would be able to do more for you than I could. And the answer is no. He can't. I'm sorry if that sounds bad, but I can honestly say I'll be better to you than he could ever be. I can tell that after 10 minutes of being in the same room with him. No offense, he's a nice guy, but I think we all know I edged him out.
You did edge him out, I said with a huge smile. And what do I need to change in that dialogue from yesterday? He gave me an amused grin.
I knew you were going to say that.
Because it was such a specialized excuse. I thought you were serious.
I made that up so that she would close the door. You don't need to change a thing. You're amazing. You're so ready for this.
I actually love you, I said.
I actually love you, too,
he said. It was the first time he said it, and I felt weak and overwhelmed. And then he touched my chin with his finger and he leaned in and let his mouth touch mine. His lips were sticky and sweet, and he kissed me gently, being ever so careful with me. I desired him more than I had ever desired any man. His mouth was on mine 2, 3, 4, 5 times, all gentle kisses, and I could not get enough of it. I leaned into him, pulling him in and trying to deepen the contact. He moaned, a scolding sound, telling me to be good. I laughed and held on to him. He smelled nice, and I was completely in love.
"It's all going down tonight," I said. He held me. "I know. It's going to be great."
Are you saying that even though you feel nauseated about it?
"Yes,"
he said easily, causing me to laugh.
"No, it's all rolling along at a fast enough pace that I'm just riding the wave at this point." "Hang on."
He whispered those last words in a hurried tone as he pushed me away. "Have fun watching your show tonight," I said casually, stepping back and waving at August like a big goober when Tori opened the door and walked into the room. She didn't even notice. She was looking at August with a concerned expression. "There you are, thank goodness."
"What's the matter?"
"Why didn't you have on your headset?" she asked.
"Because I was back here talking to Abe. What's going on?"
"Nick was looking for you. He needs you at the soundboard." She glanced at me. "Did you do a mic check?"
"Not yet," I said.
"Nick does me last. I was about to go out there." "Just wait. He's having trouble." I nodded and continued out of the door. She was in a hurry, and to untrained ears it would have sounded like things were going wrong. But I knew that wasn't the case. It was normal for people to be in a huff backstage. Nick would figure out whatever he needed to figure out. I would give them 5 minutes and then go to the stage for mic check. "Hey, Gina, don't wait too long on the mic check. They're going to open the doors in 30 minutes. Tori had stuck her head out of the office so that she could yell the warning to me. I turned and nodded with a smile, letting her know that I had it under control. Once the show started, it was a gigantic whirlwind. I said my lines, and I acted the scenes just the way I rehearsed. I had gone over this role so much that I could have performed the show with my eyes closed. I settled into the rhythm of it all, feeling like I could relax and enjoy it. I wasn't aware of the audience, Colby, or August. I was inside the story, and I didn't focus on anything past the stage. I had some small mistakes, but nothing anyone in the audience would notice. We all loved the story, and we all got into it. For the last scene, Owen and I, as Shep and Natalie, went to see the play about her life. We had a stage and audience set up on the stage. Then, at just the right time, the spotlight suddenly went to the middle of the audience. It shone on the real Shep and Natalie, who waved at the audience while the whole place erupted in applause. It wasn't a musical, but there was a soundtrack, and music played as Shep and Natalie bowed and then gestured to us, the cast, so we could take our bows. The whole experience was surreal. It was a true story about one of my best friends, and I had starred in it. I had fallen in love with the writer and director of it, who was also one of my best friends. It was an emotionally charged performance, and I had to work really hard to hold back tears at the audience's reaction to it. The standing ovation was at least a minute. Time didn't exist while I was up on that stage, so there was no way for me to be sure. But it was a long standing ovation. I had never experienced anything like it. There was chaos when it finally died down and the theater lights came up. Sometimes, cast members would go into the audience to meet friends and family after the show, but tonight we went backstage to avoid the crowd and chaos. If the show would have been at the Black Box, there would be an entirely different vibe right now, and we would have greeted audience members. As it stood, with the sellout show and all the madness regarding Colby, the cast just headed backstage when the curtains came down. We had been told to do so beforehand. There was a long hallway on the side of the theater, and we were told that we could meet family and guests out there after we changed. I wasn't going over there. Everyone I knew who would want to congratulate me had my number and would send a text. I had one thing on my mind, and it was seeing August. It was his opinion that I cared about the most, more than the actual Shep and Natalie. I wanted to know what August thought. He was the visionary. He had seen Shep come out of the back seat of the car that day. He had been a part of their story since it first started, and the whole concept was his. I could not wait to hear if he liked my performance. I knew I was going upstairs with Bailey, and I wanted to get my makeup removed and get changed. As with every show, there was no real time to sit and bask in any sort of glory. I took off my Natalie face with several makeup wipes, and then I washed my face and dried it before starting over with a very light application of powder, mascara, blush, and lip gloss. Bailey and a few others were in and out of the dressing room while I did that. Everyone was complimentary and excited, and I could see that the show had gone over well with the audience. I just couldn't wait to see August. The hallways were loud and chaotic the whole time, and multiple people came in and out. I had been back there for 10 minutes or so when Sasha peeked her head into my dressing room. I stood and hugged her. I had new feelings for Sasha now that I saw her as someone who I hoped would become my sister-in-law. She and August had always been extremely close, and knowing that made her feel all the more like family to me. I stood and hugged her. "You have admiring fans out there," she said. I took a deep breath. "Thank you. It's all I can do to get myself changed to go upstairs." I texted a few people to let them know I wasn't going out there. "Are you coming onto the roof with us?" "Yeah, I'm heading up there. August is talking to some people in the theater before we go up." "What did you think of it?" "Who, my brother?" "I haven't talked to him yet. He was surrounded by people. I just gestured to him that I would be back. We're going upstairs, though. You did amazing, Gina. I can't believe how good you were. Just a beautiful job. It's a new level for you, and you're talking to someone who's been a gigantic fan of yours all along." "Thank you, Sasha. Thank you for saying that." She smiled at me and then tilted her head. "What's this I hear? You have a boyfriend?" "Did August tell you that?" "No, Tori did. She said you announced it at the cast meeting before the show." "I did. Who is he?" Chapter 19. "I'm not saying anything until after the show," I said to Sasha. Bailey came into the room and started gathering her things, not paying attention to us. "What do you mean? Can't you tell me his name?" Sasha asked. "No, not yet. But he's your boyfriend." "Yes. I mean, actually we haven't talked about it or committed to each other or anything. But everyone was saying stuff about Colby coming here, so I wanted to set the record straight that I'm with somebody." "So he's not technically your boyfriend?" "No, but I want him to be, and he wants to be, so sort of." "Is he here? Did he see the show?" she asked. "Yes, he definitely saw the show tonight," I said, getting a thrill from giving her clues. "But he's not going upstairs." "She's not going to tell you," Bailey said, interjecting. "What you got just now was more information than I got, but I still love you, and you were wonderful tonight. I'm heading upstairs. I'm stopping at my apartment for a second, then I'm heading up. I gave you both the code to the elevator, so I'll just meet you up there." "Sounds good. Thank you," I said. Bailey walked away, and I was left there with Sasha. "I know you're finishing up in here. I'm going to go back out there with my brother for a minute. I just wanted to tell you how much you rocked it and ask you who the lucky gentleman was." "Didn't your brother do amazing?" I said, smiling at her in awe and wonder. "Yes, he did, but you're avoiding the question." "Oh, about the guy. You're really going to love him," I said. "Really? Am I? I hope you do. I hope you approve. I know I will. And I think I'm going to get it out of you by the end of tonight." I rolled my eyes at her and we smiled at each other as she walked out. She yelled, "Love you!" from over her shoulder, and I returned the sentiment. Within 5 minutes, I made my way upstairs. There were already 10 or 15 people up there waiting. I saw Ryan, Zach, Abe, and Colby. I glanced around, checking out all of the visible males, but none of them were August. Anne-Marie and Kennedy were standing by the doorway when I walked out, and both of them squealed and came up to me. Kennedy was still getting around on one of those little rolling scooter things while she healed her broken leg. She scooted over to me, and I greeted her with a hug. "You were magnificent tonight, Gina. I loved the show so much. Congratulations!" Kennedy was smiling at me when she pulled back from the hug. "You were so good," Anne-Marie added. "It's been incredible seeing you in this role." "Psst!" Kennedy made the sound,
and I turned to see that she was making an intense expression. Her back was to the action, and she stared at me with wide eyes, cutting her eyes dramatically to the left, signaling, letting me know Colby was on the roof with us. "I know," I said, nodding and playing it cool. There was music playing through a nice speaker system, and I wasn't worried about being overheard. "Isn't that crazy?" she asked. "The real CK! I heard him talking about how good you were." Her words were barely audible because she was speaking stiffly and through only a crack in her lips. I barely heard her. "Aw," I said, feeling otherwise speechless. I didn't know what to say about Colby. I thought he was talented and I respected him in that regard, but that was all I felt toward him. "He's been talking about you the whole time we've been up here," Anne-Marie said, stepping closer to me and being discreet. I glanced his way briefly, but it was long enough to see that he was staring at me. He easily waved me over as soon as we made eye contact. He had a magnetic smile. He was talking to a group of guys, but he stopped and nudged his chin, calling me over. "Colby's right there," I said, pretending to notice him and gesturing in his direction as I started to walk that way. "Yes, of course," Kennedy said, stepping to the side and letting me go. "Go see Colby." He was young and already a legend on Broadway. It was surreal seeing him make eyes at me, but I felt nothing. I took a deep breath and tried to enjoy the moment for what it was. We were on a gorgeous rooftop patio with string lights and a bar with a kitchen under the pavilion. There was fairly loud music playing and plenty of greenery everywhere. It was downtown life at its finest. The rooftop patio was hidden away from the front of the street because of the brick facade. The people on the street 6 floors below had no idea we were up there. It was such a nice feeling, being on a secluded rooftop with a gorgeous view of the city.
"You were unbelievable,"
Colby said as he hugged me. "Thank you so much," I said, "and thank you for being here. This is all really unexpected." "Hang on. Yes, ma'am, hello, Mrs. Fairchild." I glanced at the lady who had come up and touched me on the arm. I found that I was speaking to Ryan's mother, one of the most influential people in the city and the owner of this whole building. "Gina, thank you, honey. I was blown away by this performance. It was such a sweet, emotional story, and I'm so proud that my son married into this group of talented actors." "Thank you, Mrs. Fairchild. Thank you so much. I am humbled to perform here each time. I'm happy you enjoyed the show." "I loved it. I had no idea what all happened in Shep and Natalie's story. I was just so touched, and her art is breathtaking. I wouldn't trade this weekend for the world. There's Natalie now. I'm sorry I interrupted you two." "You didn't," I said. "Thank you, Miss Emily." "Thank you for such a brilliant performance, dear Gina. You looked just like her up there. It was amazing. I'll see it again before the weekend's over." She gave me a wink and a wave as she walked back over toward her husband. I had performed at the Blackbird several times before with the Players, but never had Emily Fairchild reacted like she did just now. It felt good to have people responding favorably to it because I thought August would be happy. I took a deep breath as she walked away. Shep and Natalie had indeed come on to the rooftop as Emily was speaking to me. They were joined by Sasha, then Tori, then finally I saw August. It was difficult to pay attention to August now because I wanted to go directly over to August. I was so anxious to see him. But I made myself turn and address Colby instead. I had to. He was talking to me.
"Zach's restaurant was excellent. It's been a great night. I didn't know this theater existed, and I certainly didn't know Memphis had such a thriving community theater culture."
"Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We're blessed with a lot of talent around here."
"You being the creme de la creme."
"Thank you," I said. "I owe this one to my director."
"That's what all the great ones say."
"Is that what you say?" I asked.
"No," he said, laughing.
I laughed too, and I used the break in conversation to glance at August. He wasn't looking at me when I looked his way, but then he glanced at me. Perfect timing. I knew I couldn't leave Colby hanging. Or could I?
I was a grown adult with an apartment and a job. It had been an emotional evening, and I was at a point where I didn't care much about people's perception of me. I'm so sorry to do this, but my director just walked up here, and I'm dying to get some notes.
Of course, Colby said, gesturing with a sweep of his arm so I could walk away.
I put one foot in front of the other and made my way back across the rooftop patio, heading to August. Shep and Natalie assumed I was going over there to talk to everyone, not just August. And they hugged me and began making conversation about how great the show went and how thankful they were for my performance. Everyone said something to me at once. It was all really nice, but I was hyper-aware of August on my right, and it was difficult to concentrate on anyone else but him. "We'll be right back," I announced, since I was unable to concentrate on anything else. "I need to steal August for a second and get notes while everything is fresh in my mind." I started to walk away, heading for a spot on the rooftop where we could be out of earshot of everyone. I walked away from them smiling casually, with August following me. I tried to make the whole exchange as casual and normal as possible, and it seemed like they bought it.
"I wish we were somewhere alone,"
I said, glancing into his eyes as we found a place to stand. They were dark blue in the night lighting, but they sparkled, reflecting the strung lights.
"I want to touch you and hug you."
"I am going to hug you and make it all seem really normal. Keep smiling." I leaned in, and he hugged me. I felt his muscled arms wrap around me, his chest against me, as he flexed and squeezed me. He let me go and focused on me with a smile.
"You were amazing tonight. I couldn't tell you from Natalie. Thank you, Gina. Thank you for the work you put into this. It was a gift to have you embrace the role like this."
"Thank you," I said. "I'm the one who thinks you're amazing. You made this all come to life." We stood a couple of feet apart, looking at each other. "I was so anxious to hear if you were happy with it."
"I'm speechless, Gina."
"Because I'm not worried about impressing anyone but you."
"You can consider me impressed. I have no notes. In fact, do you have any notes for me?"
I stared at him. I loved secretly flirting with him.
"Just that I wish your body was closer to my body. That's my notes. That's what you should change."
He closed his eyes dramatically and sighed. He made a serious expression when he spoke.
"I so wish I could change that."
"It's crazy that we're doing this," I said. "I mean, what's to stop you from kissing me?"
"Oh my gosh, Gina. You have got to stop that right now. You are too much."
His words were intense, but he presented them casually, looking like a director who was talking to an actor.
"What if I don't stop it?" I said, daring him.
"Then I'm going to kiss you, and we'll have a whole ton of questions to answer."
"You're adorable. I can't resist you, August. I'm having a hard time being good right now. I don't even care about all these people. I wish we were alone."
We stared at each other for a few long seconds before I spoke again.
"You were right, you know. I was thinking about it, and you're better than Colby."
He gave me a confident shrug.
"He's pretty good, but I know what you mean."
I laughed at him because he was being funny. He shook his head regretfully, knowing we had to behave.
"We're going to go back over there and hobnob with these people. They want to congratulate you."
I made a face of regret.
"Yeah, I know. I can't stand here with you all night. I wish I could."
"Soon enough,"
he said.
How had this man become so handsome and sure of himself? "Are you going to marry me?" I asked. His face flinched in a look of slight surprise, but he smiled.
Yeah. Yes. If it's up to me, then I would definitely see that happening."
"Okay," I said. "Well, then thanks for the notes, August. This little meeting, it's been very helpful." Chapter 20. 3 days later. The show's finale and Shep's surprise wedding. It was difficult to plan a surprise wedding. There were dozens of people involved, and when that was the case, sometimes there was a chink in the armor, and secrets were revealed. Natalie knew about Shep's big idea, but Shep didn't know she knew. With only the help of myself, August, and a couple of others, she was now pulling a double-cross surprise. At the end of the show, after Shep and Natalie's reveal and the bows, the lights suddenly went down, and the spotlight hit Owen and me. Some of the audience had left during the ovation, but most stayed, and Owen got everyone's attention with a gesture. He turned to me.
It was such a nice story, wasn't it? Shep and Natalie get their happily ever after. All's well that ends well.
Yes, but don't you think it would be better if we had a wedding scene? I said. Owen smirked.
We can't have a wedding scene because the real Shep and Natalie aren't married. The whole point of the ending of this show is that it caught us up to real time.
Yeah, I know, I get it. But I just wish they had gotten married.
This was where Shep's plans got derailed. Yes, it was insane of me to agree to do all of this in addition to my role, and yes, I barely got any sleep lately. I had been operating on a solid 5 hours for the last 10 days. I practiced every waking hour, and I had it down, even the new changes.
Wait a minute, I said, cutting Owen off. I know what you're getting at. I know what's going on here. You're going to tell me that Shep wants to marry Natalie tonight, right here, right now.
Well, yeah, I was going to say that, Owen said, looking at me like I was ruining the surprise.
The thing is, I already knew that, I said.
You did?
Yeah. I knew what you were going to do. The secret got out.
You mean you, Gina the actress, knew? Or are you telling me that Natalie, the real Natalie, knows?
Yes, the real Natalie. She knows. She's on to Shep's plan, and she's already got everything under control. Hang on a minute. We peered into the light, faking like we were looking into the audience and struggling to find them. I cleared my throat. Can we get a spotlight on the real Natalie, please? Natalie had dragged Shep to the aisle by this point, and the spotlight tech knew where to find them. It was Shep who was surprised now. He was smiling and shaking his head at Natalie when the light hit them. She unhooked her dress at the shoulder, and it dropped to the floor, revealing a different, gorgeous, fitted white dress underneath. Her wedding dress. Shep made a face and gesture, a big, excited reaction which caused people to cheer. Natalie laughed as she gestured with both hands, calling for her help. 2 people were waiting for their cue, and they rushed to her, one with a veil and one with a bouquet. They helped her with them, and then the wedding march happened as previously rehearsed with Shep's plan. We cleared the stage, and they came onto the stage. We had backstage people helping us make space for the ceremony, which was short and precious. It took the pastor about 6 minutes to say everything, and at the end of it all, Shep got everyone's attention. He announced that they were thankful everyone had been there for the wedding.
But due to the impromptu nature of things, Shep said, we are not having a reception tonight. We will be having a party sometime later, and you're all invited.
The crowd cheered, and that was that. For the next little while, we all stood on the stage and around the auditorium, saying our goodbyes. The play itself was slightly overshadowed by the actual marriage tonight, and I knew August wanted it that way. I definitely wanted it that way. I was pretty sure the whole cast did. Reaction to this play had been completely overwhelming. Every day the buzz about it had multiplied, and there had been something new. There were interview requests, both online and in person, and famous people reaching out. Video bits of the play were available online, and Natalie's story and the play now associated with it had gone somewhat viral. In the 3 days since the premiere, I myself had done 5 interviews. The wedding had been a good distraction from the unforeseen pressures of the play being such a huge success.
Charlotte Fry was one of the most annoying parts of the play's success, and she was there in the audience when the wedding happened. Some of the audience knew about Shep's plans, but a lot of them were unwittingly invited to a wedding. There were a lot of people in attendance at the wedding who had no idea it was going to happen. Charlotte Fry was one of those people. August and I both had people pulling on us, so I wasn't anywhere near him when Charlotte walked up to him. I was talking to a few of my parents' friends who had driven an hour to come see the show. I saw from a distance when Charlotte hugged him, and I felt possessive and jealous and a little nauseated. I continued talking to those around me since they expected me to, but I glanced August's way at any opportunity I had. He was dressed up in a dark suit. I wanted him so much that I felt antsy to get to him. The Millers continued talking to me nonstop for the next 3 or 4 minutes. The talking was so fast-paced that I could not get a word in. "Thanks for coming," I said finally. "I have to see my director, but thank you so much for being here." I took 5 steps in August's direction, and I felt a hand on my arm. "Gina!" It was Sasha. I glanced at Sasha and then behind her. I could see that Warren was a few feet away, talking to Ryan and Zach. "Hey," I said, hugging her. "Gina, you were at your best tonight," she said. "And I love that thing you did at the end for Natalie." "Thank you," I said, trying to seem like I wasn't impatient. She made a wide-eyed expression at me and glanced to her left, in the direction of her brother. "August is talking to Charlotte Fry," she said. "It's that woman who did the news piece." "I know," I said. "I hope they'll get together now that the show's over. Isn't she cute? And I think she really likes August." "No," I said, impassively. She blinked at me. "No what?" "No to them. That's not happening. August doesn't like her. She's just over there telling him congratulations." "How do you know he doesn't like her? He should like her. She's cute." I stared at her. Those words made me feel a flash of anger, and I had to remind myself that Sasha had no idea what was going on. "Your brother is spoken for, Sasha." I stared her straight in the eyes. "By who?" "Oh," she gasped. You? Please don't tell me you're in love with my brother." "Why wouldn't you want me to tell you that?" I asked. Are you? Oh my gosh, don't be messing with me right now, Gina." "I'm not messing with you. Your brother is the person I've been talking about this whole time I was saying I have a boyfriend." I stopped talking because Sasha hugged me so dramatically tight that I squeaked. She pulled back and gazed into my eyes, begging me to reassure her I was serious. "I actually love him," I said. "Way back from that night with Hudson Alper." She held on to me and made an intense expression, lost in thought. Wait. No. You're joking." "No. And we have not told a soul. I love him, though, Sasha. I really love your brother. I'm dying to get over there and break him away from Miss 7 o'clock news." "Go, yes, go with God, my love," she said, pushing at me, shoving me in his direction. "I love you," I said, holding my hand behind me in a loving gesture as I walked away. "I love you more," she said sincerely. I would not be stopped. I walked across the floor of the auditorium, headed toward August with a determined stride. He had been talking to this woman for what must have been 5 full minutes, and he was still doing it. They were laughing and carrying on, and I wondered why she was incapable of leaving him alone. They both glanced my way when I approached. "There's Natalie number 2, she said. She reached out for a hug, and I leaned in to embrace her even though I felt more like punching her in the face. She was tall, and I wished she would go home. August's hair was combed back, but some of it had come loose and was hanging over his forehead. He was clean-shaven and devastatingly sharp in his suit. I hugged August after I hugged Charlotte.
I came here tonight to try to get August to go out to dinner with me, but he informed me that he went and fell for the star of his show.
He did? I asked, my heart leaping in my chest. I couldn't believe she knew, and I glanced at him smiling.
He did, and I told him I couldn't blame him because you did a beautiful job.
How was this woman so confident that she was complimenting her competition? I didn't know whether to love her or hate her. Thank you, I said.
I'll let you two get on with your evening, but thanks for a great show.
Thanks for everything, Charlotte, August said.
The two of them embraced, and she walked off, leaving me standing next to him.
He glanced at me with a smile, and his mouth was so gorgeous and irresistible that I wanted to kiss him right then. He wrapped his arms around me, and we stood there and hugged. It went on for too long. I knew he would have let me go for propriety's sake, but I couldn't bear to let that happen. I held him, and he let me.
I am so proud of you, I said.
I'm the one who's proud of you.
No, I said, still holding on to him. You're a genius. I bit my lip and looked up at him. And I liked what you said to Charlotte.
You did?
Yes. And I've already told your sister, I said.
Are you serious? What did she say?
August glanced into the crowd looking for his sister. He still had our hands on each other, lightly embracing. I was holding on to the back of his shirt, and the back sides of my fingers brushed against the warm, muscular body.
She's looking over here. Others are too. People are noticing us,
he said. Do you want me to let go of you? I asked.
No. Do you want me to let go of you?
I leaned into him. Never. And he leaned down and kissed me, right there in front of everybody. His lips met mine, and there were no more secrets.
Okay,
he said.
I'll let go of you, never.
Epilogue. 10 months later. Los Angeles, California. I found myself in a waiting room at 20th Century Fox. I hated waiting rooms. If there was a virtue I needed the most work on as a human, it was patience. I had never been good at waiting. I was a fast, efficient worker. I was productive. I checked boxes, and I liked things to happen quickly. I thought of August as I sat there and waited for him. I could not wait to see him and hear how the meeting had gone. I pondered the fact that August had so much more patience than I did. He was a go-getter, and he didn't like to sit around, but he also wasn't antsy like me. He was so calm and level-headed about this whole meeting. I had been a nervous wreck about it, and I wasn't even involved. I didn't show my anxiousness, though. I pretended, for August's sake, that going to Hollywood to meet with producers about a movie was something that happened all the time. My nerves caused my foot to twitch, which made my knees bob up and down. At least my relationship with August was solidified. I remembered a time when I was frustrated and impatient about even letting August know that I was interested in him. I remember the days when I thought that newscaster would never go away, that she would stand in our way forever. And then my thoughts went to August and how many years he had feelings for me before I even knew it. I was insensitive, and he was so patient and kind. I cringed at the memory. Then I did what I always did when regret washed over me. I did what the Bible says, and I took that thought into captivity. I imagined my guilt going to jail. I saw in my mind's eye this sad-faced blobby thing that got locked behind jail bars. And then, since I knew that I had to trade one thought for another, I started listing the things I was thankful for. August. Las Vegas. Hollywood. The fact that we were here making more dreams come true. The play had opened doors to August, and he enthusiastically walked through them. At first, he was talking to someone about making the play more widespread, but then he had the idea of making the whole story into a movie. He began writing the screenplay. The movie would be a true story, just like the play, except more. It would be the story of Shep and Natalie meeting, and then the whole play would be in the movie, ending with Shep and Natalie getting married in the wedding scene on stage. The concept was like the play itself, but taken a step further. It was a creative idea, and August had a clear vision for it, just like he did with the play. I knew the producers would go for it. We wouldn't be in Hollywood if they planned on turning him down. He had already met with them remotely. They knew about his idea, and this meeting was just to solidify everything. Other than Natalie, we were all actors, so August proposed that we would be cast in roles playing ourselves. There were some things that were still up in the air, but we would work all of that out later. By the end of this meeting, we would know if we had a deal. We would know if there was going to be a movie. It was all surreal. I was so thankful for how it had all turned out. I was thankful I was able to appreciate this moment rather than letting that seed of regret take root. Thank goodness I saw August's worth before it was too late. Now I had him for good. The meeting wasn't that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. I had August, and he had me, and that was all that mattered. "Mrs. Faulkner?" A lady came into the waiting area wearing a sleek, silver-toned pantsuit. "Yes," I said, standing. "I believe you guys are using Mr. Morrison's private elevator to head down. Your husband is waiting. I'll show you the way." "Thank you," I said. I followed her, and we began walking down a hallway. I really wanted to ask her how the meeting had gone, but she was quiet, not offering any information, so I opted for being quiet. I laughed at myself for feeling restless after all the thoughts I had just been having about Patience. "Here he is," she said as we rounded a corner. "I believe he knows the way down?"
"I do, Lena. Thank you,"
August said. "Of course. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Faulkner." She walked away with a smile and wave in my direction, and I smiled at her before returning my focus to August. He smiled at me and held out his hand. He was stunning, a stunning human. He got more handsome with every passing day, week, and month. I was more smitten now than ever. He pulled me along, and we walked down a short hallway and then into a small nook with an elevator. There was a set of buttons to take us up or down, but he didn't press either of them. He leaned against the wall and pulled me into his arms. "She called me Mrs. Faulkner," I said. "And then she called you my husband."
"I am your husband."
"I know, but that's the first time anyone's ever said it out loud." We had been in Los Angeles for 4 days already. We planned the short trip around the meeting, knowing that we would want to explore the city some. We did more than that. We explored neighboring cities, too. We explored cities as far away as Las Vegas. Yesterday, we drove there and got married. It was completely unplanned, and so far no one but the two of us knew about it. We would have told our family, but the whole thing took longer than we imagined, and we had been cutting it close to make it back here in time for the meeting. There was no time to call our families and tell them in a relaxed way. No one knew. That was why it was so shocking when the lady referred to me casually by my new name. I found that I loved it. I wanted everyone to know. August reached out and pushed the button to go down, and then he took my hand. "How was the meeting?" I asked.
"We're doing it."
The elevator door opened, and he pulled me inside. He pushed the button and pulled me close to him as the door closed. It was a different elevator than we had used before, smaller. He held me in his arms, and I leaned against him, curling up to him. "We're making a movie?" I asked.
"Yes. We still have a lot of decisions to make with it, and I have to talk to our lawyer about a few things before we sign a contract, but yes, we came to a preliminary agreement. We established that everyone's goal is to make this project."
He slid his hand downward on my lower back, and then beyond that. His touch gave me certain urges. Thank goodness we're married," I said, leaning into him.
"Why do you say that?"
"Because of what you're doing. I'm feeling all ooey-gooey inside. He took a deep breath as he stared at me, his chest rising and falling.
"Yeah, you're right,"
he said.
"Thank goodness we're married."
The end. Till Book 5. Thank you for listening to Here All Along, The Memphis Players Book Number 4. Written by Brooke St. James. Narrated by Christina Traister. Audio production copyright 2024.